Okay. Right. I think we're live, actually, Oscar. I'm not quite sure, actually. This is
Good evening, everyone.
the wonders of YouTube and Facebook, but I guess we
Hopefully,
are live. I'm not
we
sure.
are. It's all flashing up on my phone. We're all live.
Is it? Okay,
Good
cool.
evening.
Hopefully there are donations that are flashing up, yeah?
Yeah, loads. Cha-ching, cha-ching.
Yeah. So anyway, thanks for joining me tonight.
My
And
pleasure, Mike.
unfortunately, I can't stop around because I've got well, a pre-existing date. You know what I mean?
Well, lucky you.
I know, lucky boy.
Valentine's has come a week late by the sound of it.
Wow, there you go. But I couldn't help but just duck in and say hi, and what are you
Cool.
up to? So you've had some amazing success with Freestar. You,
Thank you.
Bruce, and Shane, you've
Yeah,
done an amazing job. So
thank you.
I couldn't help but just bring it to the masses. What are you up to? Tell us about it.
So, I've got my own show, Mike, called TopTalk. We're QRV every Saturday at 21:30 UTC. And the whole point of the TopTalk is to get the conversation flowing. And we have talking guests, so we have scheduled guests. We had some really good guests so far. His name is Tyson from ICU podcast. We've had Peter Waters from Water and Stanton's, the ham radio store. I've had Lewis Ringway Manchester from Ringway Manchester YouTube channel. Who else we had? Chris, 2E1HWE from the Digital Analog Ham. I'm sure there's someone else I've missed. Apologies. There we go. Nick from Northwest Ham Shack as well in the States there, California, KN6DAL. So, yeah, we're looking forward to tonight. And tonight we brought it local. It's an Essex,
Don't give it away.
Essex theme.
Don't do a spoiler.
I'm not going to do a spoiler, but saying that, I have posted it out already, so I don't think it's too much of a secret.
Oh,
But
right, okay.
we're keeping it on the Riviera, Mike, tonight. I'll say that. I'll give you a clue. That's it.
Riviera, the Riviera, as in
The Essex Riviera. We're keeping it on the coast, on
Oh,
the estuary.
right. Okay.
Yeah,
Well, obviously, some of the names that you've mentioned there are very prolific in terms of amateur radio. Pete Waters, obviously, Edmund
yeah,
Spicer, my
yeah.
hero, and Lewis. Wow, what can I say?
Oh,
You,
and obviously you're coming on as well at some point, hopefully.
well,
But apparently you've been a bit busy recently. Your agent told me I might have to wait a while.
I don't think I've reached those dizzy heights yet. Anyway, but yeah, you've had some fabulous people on there,
Thank you.
and I've
We've
really
done all
enjoyed.
right.
Yeah, you've done brilliant. I don't think you can actually say you've done all right. You've done brilliant, and going back 2.5 months to December
Yeah.
when we were all having a chat about the Christmas talking and then the New Year's Eve talking. Look where you are now. So well done. Absolutely. Hats off
Well,
to you guys.
okay. Well, we've got to thank you as well, Mike, because you come up with the idea originally for the Christmas Day nets. And if it wasn't for that, then Freestyle might have not been born when it was born, because, you wanted to put the nets on. You asked me to help you, which was great because we'd done something similar before a few years ago on the network radio. And obviously then you had contact with Bruce and Shane, and then they offered their services with this brand new network that was going to be launched. And I suppose kind of what we all did was the conception, really, in a way, wasn't it, over New Year and Christmas with GB1MYE. It just showed the potential, and it's just grown in 2 months. Is phenomenal how it's just snowballed to what it is at the moment. None of us ever expected it to be, where it is at the moment. It's crazy.
Yeah, it was great fun, wasn't it? I really
It
enjoyed
was.
it. It really did get me excited, to be honest. And watching you guys, honestly, hats off to all of you guys.
Thank you.
From a technical point of view and also from a production point of view as well. You particularly put a lot of work into just making sure that there's a lot of value to Freestyle. So anyway, well done to all you guys, and there's the flowers. So So for anybody watching this for the first time, what is Freestar?
That's a great question. Freestar is, in its essence, a hub where people can come to host nets and events. That was the main ethos and the reason why it was conceived. It was not to be a rival to any networks. It wasn't really to be a daily network. It was more about, if you've got a net, if you've got an event and you want to get out to the masses, and save you doing a number of different connections, you can come to Freestar and we're bridged with more or less everything. There's not really anywhere that you can't get connected from a digital or analog perspective. So to give you an idea, you can get in using every single mode within reason. So we've got connections in through DMR, D-Star, WiresX, Fusion, analog simplex gateways. We've got repeaters on board. We've also got apps on phones, so the Peanut app. We've got a receive-only Zello for the shortwave listeners. I'm sure I've missed some other modes out there maybe, but literally it's a place where you can come and do a net or host an event, and you can get out everywhere. So no matter where your amateur audience is, whether it's national or international, we can get you anywhere, which is quite unique. I don't know anyone else that offers that broad range of connections that are really stable with great audio levels. And to give you an idea, Mike, the backbone of the whole system is All-Star. So that's kind of the hubs, if that makes sense. And the audio quality is just like FM. It's fantastic. There's no real digitalized robotic pixelation going on. You wouldn't realize if someone's on analog or digital. You find it very hard to know how they're coming in, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And I must apologise to anybody watching this. There was a problem there with the video. For some reason, it all changed and you didn't have a picture of Oscar. But hopefully you could hear him. And and now
I'm back in the room.
And now see him. So anyway, Oscar, a lot of people know the fact that me and you made friends initially on the dark side.
Well, I wouldn't quite say it was dark, but yeah, a lot of people find network radio taboo, don't they? Which is a shame. But we were at a stage where we were driving, wasn't we? Company cars. We couldn't have permanently installed antennas or RF, and we found our way onto network radio and become great friends. And do you know what? That probably inspired for me, being part of Freestar, because network radio, I haven't been on there for a while, but a couple of years ago was really, really good when we went on there, and it was a broad range of licensed amateurs and non-amateurs, and it worked quite well. But this now obviously is the next level. This is in terms of connections and scalability. Not that we're looking at that, but it's so much more advanced, and it's exciting. I don't know anyone who's got anything like this anywhere in the world. Tonight, to give you an example, we're going to be going out over Canada to the Canada hub, Vacaville, which is in North California. They've got a big repeater network, California. Israel, we've got connections. Would you believe it? I've not heard anyone from Israel yet, but apparently we go out over there. And Australia, New Zealand, ZL hub. I could keep on going. So, tonight I'm hoping we should get some exotic call signs come in and have a chat with us.
So, okay, the question is, what is in it for you? Surely all of us do things to make money. Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's all about money, isn't it? So what's in it for you? What's in it for all the guys behind Freestar?
Do you know what? There's no incentive whatsoever financially. The only incentive is not to get crazy bored on furlough. That was the whole reason I got on the bandwagon, if you want to call it that, and got on the network. And they gave me prime time slot, which I'm really, really grateful for. But we're not going out at the moment. There's not much going on. There's a lot of negativity, isn't there, in the news? And what takes you away from that, Mike? What gets you out of that zone? And for me, it's getting on, talking to other like-minded amateurs, and having a great conversation, you know, that's meaningful, and a quality chat. And that's all what TopTalk's about. You know, there's no other reason for it. You know, if I wanted to stop doing it tomorrow, I possibly could and would, but I'm enjoying it. That's the only incentive for me, and connecting people. You know, what's great is we're connecting analog and digital together in synchronization, and I love that. You know, I love digital, but I love analog, and to merge the two together seamlessly, I think is a marriage made in heaven. And yeah, I think, you know, if I stop enjoying it, I'll walk away. But at the moment, I'm loving it. I'm enjoying it, and I'm learning so much and meeting, or virtually on the airwaves, so many more people than I normally would in my analog day-to-day 50-mile radius. You know.
I must confess, Oscar, you know, I loved network radio. I loved
Yeah.
network radio for the fact that I could jump in the car and I could pick up the microphone, like the you know, the imaginary microphone, and I could
Yeah.
call an imaginary CQ, and literally from somewhere in the world there'd be somebody there to respond. And that's why I loved network radio. Not because somebody had a full call sign or an intermediate call sign or whatever. It was the fact that there were people there that were interested to talk. And
Yeah.
do you know what? That's what I love about Freestar.
Thank you.
I can pick up the microphone so my working conditions here at home, I've got a Yaesu 991, which you can see on the screen at the moment for anybody watching this. I've got a Yaesu 991, which is connected via coax to an external antenna, but that then transmits into a node, which is sat here, actually, sat next to me. And then that puts the information out onto the internet, and that means that I can talk to anybody in the world that is on the same network. And I find that absolutely incredible. The fact that I haven't got to take into account sunspots and grey lines and propagation and all this kind of stuff. If I just want to rag chew, like I was having with a really nice guy there from Arizona. Previous to this, I was talking to a guy from Arizona, just the same as I'm talking to you now. And that's what I love. Absolutely. If I want to rack up a load of DXCCs, and if I want to win a contest, then clearly I won't be doing this. But you know what?
No, definitely not.
This is just amazing. If I'm in a what do they call them? HOA, homeowners. Is that what they call them? HOA. You know,
I'm not quite sure.
When people live in a multiple owner complex and they can't put antennas on the roofs. HOA, I think it is. But anyway, I think it's an American term. But if I'm retired and I can't stick big antennas up anymore, and if I'm maybe disabled, can't stick big antennas.
This is the thing, isn't it? You know, you don't need, all you need is a hotspot and a radio or a mobile phone to get in on Echolink.
Honestly.
You know?
This is what it's all about, and that's why I loved network radio, and that is exactly why I love Freestar, because you can pick up the microphone and literally you haven't got to have a superb location or a superb station or massive antennas or loads of power, but you can be talking to somebody the other side of the world. Anyway, Oscar,
definitely.
Listen, I'll pass it over to you for a final
word.
Then I think we're going to go live, aren't we? Or you're going to go
We are.
live.
So I better get myself ready. But thanks for being positive. Thanks for supporting us again. You know, you've been there from the start, Mike. You've been a rock. You've obviously provided the live stream a couple of times. So we thank you ever so much for doing it this evening. You know, we love working with Ham Radio Vlogging yourself. So keep up the good work with your channel as well. And you never know, you might be next on the show.
Well, I think I need to rack up a few more points before that happens. I have got a glass of Sauvignon, which is my I don't know, my MO, let's say. But you know what, guys? You guys are doing a brilliant job. And the thing that amazes me is you're doing it for everybody else. You're not doing it for yourself.
No, definitely not.
This isn't about making money for yourselves or making a name for yourselves. This is just about everybody enjoying themselves. So, hats off to you. If I was wearing a hat, I'd take it off to you now, Oscar.
Right. Got to get cracking, Mike.
Come on then, let's get on the air.
73. Catch you soon.
Take care, mate. Have a good
Cheers,
night.
mate.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Right, so that's it. Oscar's now going to get talking. If you're on Freestar, then pick up your radio, tune in, and then you'll hear Oscar calling. And hopefully you'll have a great night. But for me, I'm going to go and enjoy my night with my wife and the dog and my curry. So I'll leave it to you guys and Oscar. So 7-3 guys. Bye-bye for now.
CQ, the TopTalk Saturday night net on Freestar. This is 2E1HWE, Hotel Whiskey Echo, Net Control, calling CQ amateurs on the Freestar network. Good evening and welcome. It is 21:30 UTC in the UK and we're about to start the TopTalk net. Let me just DQ. Hotel Whiskey Echo. Good evening to everybody joining us across and around the world this evening. We've got some really special new connections to mention. Firstly, we'd like to recognise the International Radio Network this evening. Thank you for joining us on TopTalk. Great to have you guys and girls on board and enjoying the connection and your nets that you've had with us so far there. Happy days. Right. So tonight we have a very special guest, and we're keeping it local. We're keeping it in Essex, where I am. Just in case anyone's not sure where my QTH is, I'm approximately 35 miles east of London, in the city of Southend-on-Sea, which is the county of Essex, on the Thames estuary. That's where I am, and literally about a mile down the road from me, our special guest will be joining us. We're going to do something a little bit differently this week, because of time, because I think this is going to be a hugely busy net. We're not going to call anyone to check in yet. We're going to go bring our guest on early, and then we'll bring people halfway through. So everyone stand by, please. But before we start, I just want to make sure there's no priority clapping. We're not going to call anyone, so do it, please let us know now. 2E1HWE, bring our guest on early, and then we'll bring people halfway through. So everyone stand by, please. But before we start, I just want to make sure there's no priority clapping. We're not going to call anyone, so do it, please let us know now. 2E1HWE, bring our guest on early, and then we'll bring people halfway through. So everyone stand by, please. Okay, looks like someone's set an alarm off. Hopefully we're all okay. Happy days. Well, before we get going, we're just going to check everything's okay, because there's a lot of connections in Freestar this evening connected, a lot of connections. So what we're going to do, very briefly, we'll hand it over to Bruce, just to let us know that we're all okay, and anything relevant to add there. So, 2E1HWE, over to 2E0FWV, Bruce.
TOE0FWV. Is Bruce speaking? Yep, we appear to be all right. There is one erroneous connection there, but I will deal with that while you progress, Oscar. On 2E0FWV.
Echo 1, Hotel Whiskey Echo. Thank you, Bruce. Yep, just making sure everything's settling down, because there's a lot of connections, 10 to 12 servers in the background connecting us all up, so don't want to start if there's
is any issue, so glad that there isn't. Thank you very much. So good evening, anyone joining. This is the Top Talk Net, a Saturday evening on Freestar. We're going across the world at the moment, and we're just about to bring our best on. Now, our guest is from Essex, where I'm from, and they're well known on the online examination foundation situation, so you may have even done some of his training. So let's see if he's there. QRZ, please. Pete Sipple, M0PSX of Essex Ham. Are you with us, Pete?
Is M0PSX, Pete, QTH, Southend on Sea, connecting in to tonight's net. Thanks for letting me be a part of it, and I'll pass it back to you to see if I'm making the journey. This is M0PSX.
M0PSX, 2 Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo. Yeah, we're receiving you loud and clear, Pete, loud and clear. Thanks for connecting tonight and being our guest on the Top Talk Net. If anyone's new, just joining us, just be conscious, we've got a lot of collections all over the place actually, which a lot of them are analogue RF with repeaters and gateways, so just something to be conscientious of. When you key up, when you key the microphone, leave about a 1 to 2 second gap before you talk, just to let everything settle down. If you can try and keep your overs within 3 minutes, that's good, because then we don't time out anything in the system. And then finally, when calling stations in to QRZ, it's always common courtesy to leave at least a 3 second gap between each station if you can. So there we go, there's the housekeeping in order for any new amateurs that are listening in. And without further ado, we'll start tonight's Top Talk Net on Freestar. So, the first question, Pete, is can you tell me what Essex Ham is? Over to you.
2E1HWE from M0PSX. Yes, good evening. And again, thanks for letting me be a part of tonight. Happy to answer your questions. Yes, Essex Ham is technically what's called a virtual club. That means we differ from a lot of the traditional clubs there, in that we don't meet a set time, we don't have a sort of a bricks and mortar building. We are an online community that's pretty much growing every day and evolving every day. It's been an interesting journey, and as we carry on through the questions, I can tell you a little bit more about that if you're interested. But the aim is to be an internet-based club, free from having to meet a geographical location. And one of our missions is we don't have raffles. So there you go, 2E1HWE, M0PSX.
Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo. Yeah, okay, good stuff there, Pete. So, in a bit more detail, what is a virtual club then? Because, you know, we're used to the normal clubs where you visit them. I know it's a bit difficult, obviously, to do that at the moment with the COVID thing, but, you know, why a virtual club? What is it about that, you know, that you wanted to start? You know, I'm just interested, because it's something quite unusual and unique there. 2E1HWE. M0PSX.
2E1HWE, M0PSX. Well, I suppose to answer that, I've probably got to tell you the story of how everything sort of came together. Essex Ham was actually formed just under 10 years ago. So we're coming up to our 10th birthday, which is interesting. And originally, the name Essex Ham started as a blog. So I got into amateur radio in 2010 and discovered it was an awesome hobby, but very badly promoted. So all of the websites I saw looked like they'd been written about 20 years ago, and they were all sort of in a language that was clearly aimed at people that understood a lot about radio. So I formed a blog, which was to try and sort of promote the hobby in a different way. And over time, it kind of grew, and it turned into a net, and then it turned into an online community, and then it turned into a proper club. The difference being it was an online club, so it was available 24/7, it had a net, it didn't sleep, people could contribute to it, it could be searchable on the internet, so it wasn't relying on having to go to a club on a particular night of the week. I'd also been involved with a couple of other clubs, so I helped to found a club, and I was on a committee of an old bricks and mortar club. I just discovered there was a different way of doing it, and for me that different way of doing it was doing it online. So we formed an online club, and over time it has grown. It wasn't the plan to grow the way we did, but it seems to have worked out nicely. There you go, so there's a little bit of history and a bit of background. 2E1HWE, M0PSX.
Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo on the TopTalk net. Saturday night evening conversation with Pete Sipple, M0PSX of Essex Ham Virtual Amateur Radio Club, and it sounds like a great way to do it. And do you know what? I think you could be a trendsetter there, Pete. You know, I don't know of anything like what you've got as a virtual club, really. I know Mike Lewis, M0XMX of Ham Radio Blog, he kind of does a virtual club, but obviously, you know, I think the thing you're renowned for, if you don't mind me saying, is your free internet-based online foundation training courses. So I think that's what a lot of people know you from, Pete. I know you've helped a lot of people get licensed in the United Kingdom. How many people do you think you've helped? I'm just interested to kind of, you know, do you keep a tally of that? Do you keep a log? Give me some statistics if you've got them there, Pete. 2E1HWE, M0PSX.
HWE, M0PSX. Yeah, okay, well, we're very hot on keeping statistics, and one of the things that we tend to do as well is make all of the information public. So a lot of our statistics and details of what we're up to can all be found on the website. We try and be as transparent as possible. So I can give you some numbers. I looked a few up before this evening, just in case anybody was interested. So we currently have 2,412 members. We had 6 members today join us, which has taken the total to over 2,400. And that number is growing fairly rapidly at the moment because the whole situation with COVID has really changed the way we work. So I can help answer some questions on the training side of it and give you some statistics there if you're interested. But from a club point of view, the aim was to try and be a resource for Essex, and I think we got to a point that we had about 400 members from Essex, and there were only something like about 800 amateurs in Essex. So we sort of picked up members from all sorts of different clubs and all sorts of different places. And it's free membership, we don't charge for membership, and it's kind of forum-based, email and newsletter-based. We've recently set up a few other groups, so we've got a Discord group now, which seems to be a new way of a lot of people keeping in touch. So we're using Discord, obviously all the other social media platforms we're on as well, lots of videos, and we've even got a 24-hour streaming radio station, so we try and get as much coverage as we can. So we know a lot of people have found us, and we know that we rank very highly in Google as well, so when people are looking to get into amateur radio or for help and advice, they do tend to find us, which was quite an important thing when we started, to make us as visible and approachable as possible. So there you go. I can answer some questions on the training in a bit if you like, but that's the basics of the structure of the club and some numbers. 2E1HWE from M0PSX.
Echo 1 Hotel with Echo returning. Yeah, brilliant, Pete. And, you know, I don't think many people don't know who you are. You know, I speak to so many people on not just Freestar, but network radio, you know, analog, you know, digital. And when they know I'm from Essex, they always seem to mention Essex Ham. I didn't realise
how this is grown out all throughout the United Kingdom, and you've helped so many people, and it's absolutely fantastic, because I don't know really many people online that are offering free online training to get people through the examination for foundation. It's absolutely fantastic, and I've got some statistics of myself to share with everybody, actually, and this is taken from the RSGB, from the latest issue of Radcom. Last year, or 2020, 4,333 people took remote exams, of which 2,774, I repeat, 2,774, were foundation examinations online. I'm going to ask you one more question, and then I'm keen to open it up for check-ins, because I know there's a lot of people all around the UK that want to have a chat with you. So we'll come back and ask you more questions in a bit, but my last question before we go to everybody to have a chat is, did you notice a higher demand during lockdown? What kind of scale was that there, Pete? 2E1HWE, M0PSX.
And about a word of the middle and some of the end. So not quite sure what was going on there, but I just want to make sure I'm getting through to you now.
To Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo, yeah, no problem at all. Yeah, I think there was a bit of a connection with RF there. I think something's gone down, so everybody stand by. Everybody stand by. We're just going to get Pete back there, because I lost a little bit of his transmission. So if we just bear with him, we're asking to go again. And good evening, anyone listening. HWE M0PSX, just seeing if I'm back with you now. M0PSX, I've got you there. Just checking we're okay to proceed. Bruce, 2E0.
PSX M7, or did you receive a me, Pete?
Yes, no problem at all, loud and clear. M0PSX.
Yeah, M0PSX M7 OGA, yeah, no problem. Just testing whether, because I'm connecting in via a different server to what Oscar is. So apparently one of our servers has temporarily gone down, so the admin team are just working to get it back up and running, so there might be a short delay before Oscar returns. Back to you.
M0PSX returning. Yep, no problem at all. I'll stand by until I hear from Oscar. I'm connecting in through Echo Link, but I also have the RF link working as well. So I'll stay on Echo Link for the time being until called. From M0PSX. To Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo. Thanks for bearing with us now. There was a rogue connection in the system. Someone tried to connect to us, but we've now cleared that down, so thanks for bearing with us. So where was we? Yes, my last question was, just briefly, 4,333 people took remote exams in the United Kingdom, Pete, this year, of which 2,774 were foundation. The question I've got for you is, did you notice last year a surge in demand? And what was different with people this year compared to maybe the year before? Over. 2E1HWE, M0PSX. Yep, okay, all copied there. Yeah, so it has been incredibly busy with the COVID situation. So you mentioned the numbers there of number of people that have taken the exams, and yeah, a massive number. So to put that into some kind of context, normally for foundation you'd be expecting something like 1,200 people to take their exam each year. That's rough numbers.
from the RSGB. That has pretty much doubled just since the numbers from April to December last year show a doubling in number of people passing their exams. And looking at what we've done since COVID has started, so from the 7th of April to date, we've had 3,354 people take our course, which is a massive spike. You can't see it on the radio, but I'm looking at a graph that shows pretty much a threefold increase in the amount of people getting into the hobby. Some of it, probably a lot of it, is down to amateur radio clubs. So clubs obviously can't do training during COVID, so it's pushed people to online, so they can take the exam online and they can study online without having to go and visit a club. So there's no doubt that has drawn people to it, because they can just stay at home and get their licence. The other side to it, of course, is because of COVID, people have got a bit more time on their hands, so they're able to stay home and study. We've done a fair amount. Looking at the stats again, 83 courses we've done. We're switching to 2 a month at the moment. So for the last almost year, we've been doing 2 courses a month instead of 1. And this month alone, 360 people joined our course. So that is a heck of a lot. And it seems that pretty much everyone that's going for foundation either goes through Essex Ham or perhaps uses our material. So busy, busy, busy. 2E1HWE from M0PSX. Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo. Well, it sounds like a job in itself, Pete, and I just want to say thank you for everything you're doing for the hobby. I think everyone else is going to echo my comments there. You're doing an absolutely wonderful job. You don't get anything out of it financially, I know that, and you're doing it for the love and to promote the hobby, and we thank you for that. And that's what the reason I wanted to get you on, so you could share your experience with everybody. And some more statistics from the RSGB, and I won't bore anyone anymore. But the youngest person that passed the foundation exam in the UK last year was 9 years old. I repeat, 9 years old was the youngest. And the oldest was 87. There we go. So a very broad range of people there in the scale of age, which is great. So what we're going to do, Pete, we're halfway through our chat. So what I'd like to do now is bring in any check-ins, any people to interact with you. That's what it's all about. We're going to call QRZ. We're going to take 5 or 6 people, and then we'll go round and have a chat with Pete Tipple, M0PSX of Essex Ham Amateur Radio Online Training and Virtual Club. So if I could ask you now to come and QRZ, we'd like to have your call sign, please. Please give that phonetically if you could be as kind. Also your name, and also finally your QTH. And please don't rush. There's plenty of time. We've got the connections all live till 11:30 this evening if we need to. And just remember 3-second gaps as well between the overs if you could. Excellent stuff. So without further ado, we call QRZ. This is 2 Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo. Call in for check-ins, please.
Mike Delta Charlie.
Mike 7, Romeo Delta Golf. My name here is Brett, and my QTH is in Reading, Berkshire.
Mike 7, Oscar Juliet Alpha.
Mike 7, Whiskey Alpha Bravo, my name's Paul in Ayrshire, Scotland. Mike Delta 7, Romeo Foxtrot Charlie, Isle of Man.
Control, please check in. Kilo Bravo 1, Uniform Papa Zulu, Bob, Springfield, Massachusetts. 7 p.m. P. Nottinghamshire.
Okay, 2 Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo. A few people doubled. Could I get the call sign, please, for Brett in Reading? Brett in Reading only. Please give me your call sign, over.
Hello, Oscar. It is Mike 7 Romeo Delta Golf.
Thank you, Brett. Thank you very much. And there was a station in Nottingham. There's a station in Nottingham who was the last person who called in. I didn't get your details. Please, when you transmit, give it 1 or 2 seconds before you talk, because there is sometimes some latency. The Nottingham station only. Please QRZ with your call sign and your name, please. Over. Okay, nothing heard. Is there anyone else who'd like to join the Top Talk Net Saturday evening on Freestar with our special guest Pete Sipple, M0PSX? We're taking more check-ins, please, and then we'll go round for a conversation. Any more check-ins, QRZ?
Mike 0, Uniform Romeo Bravo, George in Leicestershire.
Mike 3,
Mike
Zulu,
7,
Papa
Oscar
Dom.
Juliet Alpha.
Mike 0, Mike November Golf, heading West Sussex.
Okay, acknowledged there, Andy in West Sussex, and also Oscar OJA. There was a Mike 7 station, someone doubled with you. One more time, the Mike 7, name, location and call sign, please. Okay, nothing heard. Well, thanks very much for the call-ins. We've got plenty of time. We've got at least an hour, so don't rush. Plenty of time to call in and have a chat. So first we go to Oscar, M7OJA. Good evening to you. We're obviously not related. Just want to mention that in case people thought there was, there's some confusion there. But good evening to you. You're in the northeast. Would you like to interact with Pete with a question or a comment, please? 2E1HWE, M7OJA.
TopTalk M7OJA. Yeah, many thanks, Oscar. Thanks for running the net, and nice to be listening. Yeah, hi, Pete. I'm an ex-student of yours. I'm 17 years old, so the hobby's always been a bit of a... I've always seemed a bit put off, getting into the hobby, because I always thought that it was just old men sitting in a club. So when I found your website, I was very impressed, and I joined your course, which was very helpful, and I was able to get my license in May last year. And now I'm one of the admins of the Freestar network.
M7OJA.
That as a medium for
PSX. Okay, Oscar, all received. Thank you for that.
I run the newly licensed net
signal dropped.
on a
I
Sunday.
wasn't sure if that was end of transmission, but I'm jumping in anyway. It seems to have let me, so okay. Yes, very good. Okay, nice to hear that you're one of our students, and one of the younger students. So I'm kind of hoping that you found us fairly easily because we try to be everywhere. So we're on social media, and we behave very differently to a lot of the other clubs. So glad that you found us. Many thanks for letting me know that I've helped you get your licence. That's certainly the aim, is to try and make the hobby as accessible as possible and to get as many people joining as possible. So thank you very much for the kind words, and glad to help. Glad that you're here, part of the network as well, encouraging perhaps others to get onto to amateur radio and ESW.
Just checking you.
Okay, I'll pass it back to the other Oscar, 2E1HWE. from M0PSX. Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo. Yeah, I think there was a little bit of doubling there. I don't think Oscar OJ could hear you. Let's just try one more time. Oscar, did you receive Pete's last transmission to you? Go again. Just have one final in there. 2E1HWE M70JA. Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo. I think we lost Oscar there, so not a problem. Not a problem at all. Right, next on the list, Brett in Reading, M7RDG. Good evening to you. Welcome aboard the good ship Freestar. Tell us a little bit about you, and would you like to chat, interact, or ask a question to Pete, our guest there? 2E1HWE, M7RDG.
Good evening to you both, and thanks for running the net, Oscar. Pete, it's a pleasure to actually come back to you in person. Thank you very much for running the course. I did pass in July, and and I've really enjoyed the hobby ever since. So thank you for being instrumental in that part of my journey. I was in class 66, which I believe you enjoyed thoroughly. We tested you in certain ways, and interesting to know what you learned from class 66. And obviously the hobby's gone on leaps and bounds with more people getting interested in the hobby. I'm just wondering, actually, from class 66, I don't know if you can track it this far, how many have actually become advanced license holders? How many have got their full ticket? Because I know a lot have been celebrating the 2E0s, they're intermediate, but I wonder how many have actually gone on to do their advanced. Obviously set them on the right path. Back to you from M7 RDG.
M7RDG from M0PSX. Okay, Brett, thank you very much. Nice to hear you. Yes, I found your details. I've got the massive spreadsheet in front of me with all the information. So yes, class 66. Yeah, for some reason, this only means anything to anyone that was actually on class 66, but it was probably the oddest of all the classes that we've done. So we're up to 83 courses, and for some reason, I don't know what it was, the dynamics of people, the time of the year, absolutely no idea what it was. It was about May, June last year. Yeah, we had some interesting students. It got a bit raucous, it got a bit aggressive. It was a very odd course. It taught me a couple of things. It taught me to be a little bit more formal at the beginning, which I don't like. I'm quite an informal character, and I think the informality caused some problems with that particular course. So I'm a little bit more formal now. I do a tiny bit more moderation than I used to before, but it's the same old me. It's just I sort of lay out the ground rules a little bit earlier in the course, and lock down the comments a bit more tightly than I used to, and that was what course 66 taught me. Looking at the data here, 295 people on that course, and some of the problem is I kind of lose touch with people. So looking at this, I I know 128 people passed, but I don't know how many have passed and haven't told me. And I tend not to hear about people that have moved on to a higher license level. I can see 4 2E0s from that course list, but it doesn't necessarily mean everyone's actually told me of their progress. And I do tend to lose touch with people once they've got their license and move on. I tend not to hear from them that often. Although some do join the webinars and do stay in touch, and it's always nice to hear from a number 66. Thank you for that, Brett. You've made me smile. That's a good sign. Right, I'll pass it back to Oscar, 2E1HWE from M0PSX. Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo. Yes, thank you, Pete. Anyone who's just tuned in, you're listening to TopTalk Net on Freestar with myself, Oscar, 2 Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo. And our special guest this week is Essex Ham, Pete Sipple, M0PSX. We've just been talking about the virtual club that he's got, and also all the online amateur radio training he does for the foundations in the United Kingdom. I forgot to mention we have got a live stream this evening, so thank you very much to the Ham Radio blog. They have provided the online stream this evening. Currently got 15 people watching. If you want to go and type into YouTube, Ham Radio blog or M0XMX, you'll be able to interact with us there. So if you don't fancy calling in, or you can't call in, or whatever the situation may be, we can take questions on the online chat. I'm just looking at there now. And Paul, M7VCZ, said Peter Essex Ham helped the Stafford Club. So, yeah, maybe give us a bit more details there, or even call in and we can have a chat with Pete if you so wish. Good stuff. Right, the next caller on the check-ins is someone I know very well. It's Mr. Harry Paul. Yes, that's right. Harry Paul in Scotland. Mike 7 Whiskey Alpha Bravo. You take the microphone, sir, and go ahead with your comments or questions to Peter, please. Over. We'll give him another call. Are you there, Paul? Mike 7 Whiskey Alpha Bravo, QRZ. Nothing heard. I know Paul's in the middle of nowhere in I think it's the west coast of Scotland. So I'm sure he'll call back in a minute. Right, next we go to the Isle of Man. So good evening. I'd like to thank the Manx Repeater Group. I think that's what they're called. We've got a new connection to Freestar as of last week. So all the Isle of Man is now connected on a permanent basis, which is great. So it's great to be coming through over on your airways there. I didn't get your name, so maybe you could give me that. But your call sign, Mike Delta 7 Romeo Foxtrot Charlie. Please pass your comment or question to Pete Sipple, please, from 2E1HWE.
MD7 RFC. Good evening to you both. Thanks for running the net. Just a quick say hello to Pete and many thanks. I've been licensed for nearly a year next month. So yeah, great course you did, and explained all the questions very well, even the trick questions, and yeah, obviously took the exam and passed it with flying colours. So it was just to pass on my thanks. Many thanks for that, and brilliant courses, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. So many thanks. ND7 RFC, over to the net.
MD7 RFC from M0PSX. Good evening to you from the Isle of Man. Yeah, we've had a few people pass the course from the Isle of Man. Not that many. Small place as it is. So glad that you're a member. I'm just trying to call up the stats and see how many. I think it's in the order of about 4 or 5. But brilliant. Okay, really pleased to hear that that's been useful for you. Nice to speak to you. And good that you're staying active. You've been licensed for a year. Sometimes it's a struggle to sort of find new things to do and keep the enthusiasm up, especially during the lockdown, as I guess you can't get out to meet other amateurs in clubs. But excellent. Okay, well, I appreciate the kind words tonight, and welcome to the hobby. A bit belated because you've been at it for a year, but nice to hear you, and thanks very much for the kind words. Oscar, just so you know, I can see you on the webcam, so I'm connected in through YouTube as well. Give us a wave and we'll see what the time lag's like. I'll pass it back to you, Oscar. 2E1HWE from M0PSX. 2E1HWE returning the excellent stuff, and anyone that's just on their radio, there is a live stream. We're now 23 viewers. Hello to all 23 of you. I want 50, all right? Don't let me down. And I've got 8 likes. I want 50 people and 15 likes, please. Come on, don't let me down. We're going across all the world here. Come on, you US boys and girls, and Canada. You know you can do this. 15 likes minimum and 50 people watching, and I'll be absolutely over the moon. Thank you very much. And yeah, Pete, if you're on the online chat as well, that'd be good, because you can interact with some people. If you're good at multitasking, that is. I'm not good at that, but just looking at the comments, we've got Shane, our technical director, on board. So if anyone's got any connection issues, please write on the online comments and he can help you out getting connected. I know a few people wanted to know about some D-Star and reflectors and stuff like that, which is great. Yeah, hello to you. Greetings from Yorkshire, 2E0HWE. Yep, thank you, Chris. Nice to have you on the chat there. And yeah, anyone else wants to call in, they are more than welcome to do that on the online chat, or even pick up the microphone. What's even better, have a chat with us using good old RS. Happy days. Right, yeah, thanks for that there, Isle of Man. Next, we go across the Atlantic, over the pond. I'm hoping he's still there. Kilo Bravo 1, Juliet Papa Zulu. There we go. KB1JPZ, please could you give me your name and your location, and then pass your comments or message to Pete from 2 Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo.
QSL G4 Kilo Tango Sierra, standing by.
Yeah, the G4 station, please stand by. We'll call you in at the end of the check-in, stand by. We're going for Kilo Bravo 1, Juliet Papa Zulu. Are you still there, please, QRZ?
This Kilo Bravo 1, Uniform, Papa Zulu, KB1UPZ. My name is Bob. I'm in Springfield, Massachusetts. I just joined the net this evening because I was in the net last night on when we were on the IRN channel there, and I'm the owner of International Radio Network. I did want to say hello and check in and make sure that myself was known. I don't have too much to say. I do have to take care of stuff. But it was a pleasure to have you guys connected up to our connection. It was really nice to have you. Back over to net control. This is KD1UPZ. My name is Bob. Bravo, Oscar, Bravo.
KB1, UZ, 2 Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo. Well, good evening, Bob, or good afternoon to you there. Springfield, isn't that where the Simpsons live? What a great place. Say hello to the Bartman. And, no, it's all good. Thanks for calling in. It's lovely to have our friends across the pond there calling. Always nice to hear a US station. But I'm not going to let you go yet. Can you let me know how you're connected this evening? Just interested to know how you're getting into the system there, Bob. And how did you find Freestar? And if you want to have a chat with Pete as well before you go, you're more than welcome. 2E1HWE, KB1UPZ.
KB1UPZ returning. Well, I'm coming to DMR radio, PYT MD380. And I find it very interesting. As far as Freestar Network, as far as I'm concerned, it's a top show. Very nice people, friendly, and it's really nice to be here. It's a pleasure. And I know a lot of my friends are here as well. So, under control, this is KB1UPZ. Thank you.
Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo. No, thank you, Bob. Thank you for participating, because this is what it's all about. You know, it's not about me having a chat. You know, it's about people interacting and having a conversation and getting on the air. You know, having a QSO. So thank you. That's what we do it for. You know, that's why we're on for an hour and 90 minutes. To get around all the world. We all share a common goal to promote the hobby and have fun. So it's all good as far as I'm concerned. Excellent stuff. Thank you, Bob in Springfield. Happy days. Excellent stuff. Just looking at the comments in the live stream, we're up to 27 now. 27 people. Thank you very much. Katie says, thanks to Pete, I also passed my foundation course. I was also on 66. There we go. Is it Route 66 maybe? I'm not quite sure. M7BBH. So there's quite a lot of gratitude in the comments there, Pete. I'm not sure if you're on the comments, Pete, but maybe have a little look, because it looks like there's a few people wanting to say hello. And don't be shy, obviously call in when you get a chance. I know it's really, really busy, but we encourage you to call in. We're here for at least another hour, hopefully. Also Nick, M6KKY in Sussex. Hello, Nick. Nice to have you connected. Can you do your intermediate online? Oh, I like your question, Nick. Well, let's hand it over to Pete. So, George, I know you're next on the list, but stand by. I want to ask Pete Nick's question. Are you planning, or do you do an intermediate course there, Pete? 2E1HWE, M0PSX. M0PSX returning. Hi to Nick. Thanks for the message in the channel. I'm just about to post you a link. We don't actually offer intermediate. It's been one of the most requested items that we do. But we're just, part of the ethos of what we do is to get people into the hobby. And because we're just so busy with foundation, we just don't really have time for intermediate. And to be honest, we don't want to dilute it either. Foundation online is what's working well for us and getting people into the hobby. So we're not going to do it. I will pop a link into the YouTube channel because there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 online resources or courses for intermediate. So plenty of others out there, and some of them are very good. So I'll pop up a link. We don't offer it, but plenty of other people do. Back to you, Oscar, from M0PSX. Thank you, Pete. Well, before I move on to George, I know Nick sometimes is listening, so Nick, if you're there, I'm happy for you to go back to Pete and just ask him a question. So maybe you want to join us. Just everyone stand by. Let's see if Nick is out there. You never know. Stranger things will happen. Mike 6 Kilo Whiskey, are you with us there? QRZ.
Yeah, Mike 6 Kilo Whiskey responding. Yes, I'm listening to the net. My name's Nick and my local QTH is Sussex. No, that was just a general question because I'd like to do my intermediate ticket, but it's finding a location to do it, particularly at the moment. Anyway, back to you. Thanks very much for your help, Pete.
M6KKW from M0PSX. All received. Thank you very much for that. I'll put up a link in the YouTube channel to the various courses that are running. Sadly, we don't offer one. At the moment, you can do your exam online. There are no practicals and plenty of online course material. So if you do want to get your intermediate, now is a very good time to do it. Certainly, I could highly recommend the Bath course and the OARC course, which I know are two very, very good ones. The only slight odd thing that has to happen for your intermediate exam is you need 2 webcams, not one. So for your foundation licence, those that have taken it will be familiar with the need for 1 webcam. But for intermediate, you need 2. So they need to look at the side view and the front view to make sure you're not cheating. There you go. But plenty of courses online, plenty of opportunities. Now is a very good time. So keep an eye out for that. Also, there's something called Direct to Full, where you can actually bypass intermediate and go straight for the full licence. That's not been rolled out yet, but that is on the way. So if that's something that's of interest, that's coming down the road as well at the moment. Anyway, thank you, Nick. Appreciate that. And I'll pass back to Oscar, 2E1HWE, from M0PSX on the TopTalk net. Thank you, Pete. Yeah, the station's standing by. Please just hold on. We will call you in when we get to the bottom of the list. We'll call you in at the bottom of the list. Thank you for your patience. And talking about patience, George, M0URB, you have been very patient, so thanks for letting Nick just quickly jump in there with the online comment. I thought you might want to say hello. So George, I'm not sure where you were. I didn't get your location. So please tell us where you are and your comment or question to our guest, Pete Sipple from Essex Ham, please. M0URB 2E1HWE.
2E1HWE, this is Mike 0 Uniform Romeo Bravo. The name is George and my location is North Leicestershire. Good evening, Oscar. Good evening, Pete. I just wanted to call in, having spoken to Oscar this afternoon, and say hello. It's nice to speak to Pete on RF rather than just via text in a chat room. Back to you, Oscar. 2E1HWE from M0URB.
Yes, good evening to you, George. And don't hand it back to me. Have a chat with the man himself. This is what it's about. You know, I want people to interact with the guest, have a chat, and have a conversation. So please don't feel you have to give it back to me. Ask Pete a question or make a comment, George. You're more than welcome to do that. Hand it over to you and then go back to Pete. M0URB.
M0URB returning. Hello, Pete. Nice to speak to you. I've got every time, I'm not really used to this. Every time somebody finishes an over, there's all the beeps from the repeater. I'm accessing you through a repeater in Nottingham. And I'm never quite sure whether I can just go over the beeps or wait until they have all run their course. Oscar, when you get the chance, could you give another link to the YouTube video, please? Because I missed that and I can't find it. And Pete, hello, nice to speak to you, and I hope you're well. Back to you, M0PSX from M0URB.
M0URB from M0PSX. Hello there, George. Yes, so George and I know each other. George originally was from down this neck of the woods in Essex, and then moved away from us to Jersey. Is now back in the UK. Of course, a regular on our net that we have. We have a net every Monday at 8 o'clock, which only goes out on a local repeater. So unfortunately, it doesn't connect to any IP-related services, although we do have a live stream, so you can actually listen in via the Essex Ham website when we're doing on net, which is what George does. George, the link to the YouTube channel is, if you actually look at the Essex Ham Facebook or Twitter feed, I pasted the link direct in there. But if you go to YouTube and type in Mike 0 X-Ray Mike X-Ray, it comes up with a live chat, Top Talk, with Oscar 2E1HWE. So go to YouTube and go for the channel Mike 0 X-Ray, Mike X-Ray. Will take you to the video stream. Excellent, nice to hear you tonight. Thanks for joining, and I'll pass it back to Oscar. 2E1HWE, M0PSX.
NHXDO, Cleveland, Ohio.
Yeah, the Ohio station, stand by please, stand by. We'll take check-in shortly. Please stand by. Right, excellent, thanks very much, Pete. And yes, anyone, there is a live stream, as Pete kindly said. We've got 17 likes now, 33 people viewing, which is great. Just going to the comments there, just having a little look, and where's it gone? There we go. M0SAS is listening via GB3DC in Leicestershire. Excellent stuff. Thank you very much for that comment there, Stephen. Good stuff. Excellent. Yeah, there's a few people want to check in. Just stand by. We've got a protocol here. We're going to go through the list, and then we'll call new check-ins in at the end. So please stand by. We've got plenty of time. We're here for another hour, so don't rush. We will get you in. Happy days. Right, Andy in West Sussex. Andy, West Sussex. I've got a broken call sign. I think it could be Mike 0, Mike Delta question mark. I'm hoping you're still there. M0MD question mark. QRZ. Okay, final call for Andy in West Sussex. Mike 0 station, Andy, West Sussex. Are you still there, please? QRZ.
Mike 0, Mike November Golf, Ed in West Sussex. If it was me you were after, Oscar, over.
Yeah, that'd do, Ed. This is the problem when, unfortunately, we get a bit of doubling. I hear one name, one call sign, and one location, and I get it all mixed up. So, yeah, good evening. We have Ed Spicer in the house from the IC podcast. So, thanks for joining us, Ed. You were our guest a few weeks ago. Great to have you back on the Top Talk Saturday Night Net on Freestar. Please pass your comment or question to our guest, Pete Sipple from Essex Ham Amateur Radio. 2E1HWE, M0MNG.
Thank you, Oscar. Hello there, Pete, and hello to everybody else. Happy New Year, Pete. I think this is the first time we've spoken in 2021, and congratulations on the forthcoming 10th anniversary of Essex Ham. I can't quite believe it's been that long that Essex Ham has been going. So my question to you is, are there any events, special events, call signs, club call signs, activities, all that kind of thing, that you have planned to celebrate this 10-year milestone? I realise that there might be things on the drawing board that you don't want to mention yet, and I'm very aware that because of COVID-19 restrictions, we don't know exactly at the moment what will or won't be possible on any given date, for sure. But knowing you, I'd be surprised if there aren't one or two things on the drawing board at least. So if you are willing and able to share them with us, I would be very interested to hear about any plans to celebrate 10 years of Essex Ham that you might have up your sleeve. Mike 0, Papa Sierra X-Ray, over to you, Pete, from Mike 0, Mike November Golf in the group.
M0MMG from M0PSX. Greetings, Ed. Nice to catch up. Yeah, I think we last met face to face in Canby, I think, for the rally, and of course we've met up several times at various different amateur radio groups. George, that was on a little bit earlier, M0URB, is very jealous because you've met Kelly, the lovely Kelly from Essex Ham. So I think George is looking forward to meeting Kelly one day, but I think you've met her, so That was up at the Kempton Rally, if I remember. Yeah, so 10 years. It's tricky trying to pin down an exact birthday because it wasn't sort of formed as a traditional club from day one. It sort of evolved into a club. So there's actually quite a few different anniversaries. Now, technically, we formed as an RSGB affiliated club in 2013, but the birthday I'm going to go with for the 10 years is the date that the Essex Ham domain was registered, which is the closest I've got to the original sort of formation date, if you like. But at that point, it was a blog, not a club, so it only sort of semi-counts. But as to celebrations, I had planned to release a video showing some of the highlights over the years. That is planned to go out in May, which would be the 10th anniversary of the domain being registered. Wasn't planning on doing a field day because what we're hoping is looking at the lockdown release dates. Mid-June seems to be the hoped return to some kind of normality, and of course that ties up with the June summer solstice. So there's a big red cross on the calendar for the 19th and 20th and 21st of June for some kind of 10th anniversary field day. So they are the plans, hot off the press, but of course it might all change, these things do. Many thanks, Ed, nice to speak to you. I'll pass it back to Oscar, 2E1HWE from M0PSX.
Thank you, Pete. To Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo, returning. This is Top Talk. Anyone tuning in? Top Talk Net on Saturday night with myself, 2E1HWE, on the Freestyle Network. 31 people on the live stream now, and we've got 19 likes, so thanks very much. I want to say hello to Martin, Papa Echo 9, Tango India Golf in the Netherlands. Just got back from work and having a beer listening to Top Talk, so welcome aboard the Good Shit Freestyle this evening. Thank you there, Martin. Lots of other comments there. I think we've got GM0UUB and Helen, the Queen of the South, the XYL NM7HQS. Yes, from the International Radio Network. We welcome their new connection to Freestyle this week. Absolutely fantastic nets. If anyone's missed it, they had a Tuesday night net, which was great, and also they had a net last night on Freestyle at 10 o'clock, which was great as well. So check them out. Welcome and great to have you on board there, Graham and Helen. Right, we're at the bottom of the list, and I know there was quite a few people that wanted to come in. So I'd like to take the G4 station first. Okay, there was a G4. Hopefully he or she is still there. And then there was the Ohio station in the US. So if we could give priority, please, first to the G4 and the Ohio station, then anyone else is welcome. And don't forget that important 3-second gap. This is 2 Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo. Calling QRZ, please.
India 6, Windows XP, Vacaville, California. I'll be standing by you fellas carry on. I'll be there when it's my turn.
Okay, the station in Vacaville, California, I've got you there, but you did double, so I'll bring you in shortly. Okay, G4, the G4 that called in, are you still there, please, QRZ?
G4, Kilo Tango Sierra, operator name this side is 10 Kilo Echo November, thank you.
Yeah, QSL Ken, thanks for bearing with us, thanks very much. Please pass your comment or question to Peter from Essex Ham, 2E1HWE G4KTS.
The battery's really low, I do apologise.
Not a problem at all. Hopefully you're getting us a bit better there. Would you like to ask our guest a question or a comment, please? Or are you just checking in? Let me know. Over.
I'll have to just check in. My battery is really low. Over.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever. Thanks for checking in. We've got you down there. Ken, G4KTS, thank you very much. The Vacaville station in the US of A. Give me your name and your call sign. Name and call sign. And
Ask your question or comment to our guest, please. Over.
Just checking in. This is the first time I ran into this net, and I really appreciate it. I enjoy listening to your guys' accent, and it's a real pleasure. Kilo India 6, Whiskey X-Ray Papa. My name is Joe, Juliet Oscar Echo. Right underneath the mountain where the repeater is, the 5470, KI6WXP.
Well, good afternoon to you, Joe, in Vacaville, on the west coast, North California. Nice to have you on board. Kilo India 6 Whiskey X-Ray Papa. Thanks for joining us, and yeah, it's lovely to hook up with you guys and girls over there in the US of A. We've got big connections this evening. I'm not sure if you're an all-star, but have a look at the bubble map. It's a monster bubble map tonight, and we thank the connections team for all their hard work behind the scenes. There's about 10 or 12 servers running this tonight. Absolutely phenomenal. It's a big merge between analog and digital, and when it does work, it's absolutely seamless. So we thank everybody on the Freestyle Network for their efforts there. Thanks very much. Just looking at the quick comments before we call any more new callers in there. Mike Delta 7, Romeo Foxtrot Charlie. What has he put here? Did the links for the foundation study online. Can't find them, thanks. So Pete is available on the YouTube, so if anyone can't get in or they prefer just to put a comment in the YouTube stream, then please go onto YouTube. We'll try and cover as many comments off as we can. Ben Fisher, M3ZVP monitoring, thank you there, Ben. And there's plenty of other people, so hopefully I won't miss too many. But do interact, do have a chat with us, and we will speak to you very, very soon. So we're at the bottom of the list. I'm going to call QRZ, and I'm going to take a few more people. Please leave a 3-second gap, and don't all rush. There's plenty of time. Phonetically, your call sign, if you could be as kind. Your name, followed by your location. This is the Top Talk Net. Saturday evening at 22:36 UTC. Calling QRZ for any new stations, please.
Mike 0 Sierra. Victor Alpha 7 Sierra Lima Mobile. Victor Alpha 7 Sierra Lima Mobile.
7 Sierra Oscar Papa. Mike. 7 Sierra Oscar Papa.
Mike 7, Hotel Quebec Sierra, Helen, Dunkeld, Scotland. Mike 7, Hotel Quebec Sierra, Helen. Mike 0, Victor, Uniform Bravo, M0, VOB.
Okay, thanks for all the check-ins. One final call. Is there anyone else who'd like to join the Top Talk Net? And then we'll go to the top. Final call. 2E1HWE calling QRZ.
Dudley, West Midlands.
I think I might have doubled it. Say Golf Mike 0, Uniform Bravo. That's GM0. UUB is Graham here in central Scotland.
Okay, thank you, Graham. Everybody stand by. There was a station in the West Midlands. The station in the West Midlands only, please. Give me your name and your call sign again. The West Midlands station, Central United Kingdom only, please. QRZ.
November, Victor, Oscar. And it's Bob, B-O-B, Bob.
Okay, got you down there, Bob. So we've got 6 or 7 people, so everybody stand by. We'll go for one round of overs, and then we'll bring some more people in. Just before we do that, let's just make sure our guest is okay, because we haven't heard from him for a while. M0PSX, are you still with us? And how you dealing with the questions so far there? Over to you.
M0PSX returning. Yeah, all good here. I've got my second cup of coffee, so I'm good. Listening to all these call signs, trying to scribble them all down here. So I've got a few call signs. I recognise a few call signs as well. So I think it was Helen calling a little bit earlier. Copied her nicely. And I've got a Bob, a GM station, an M7 station, a VA7 station. So we're all good. Loving it. Loving all this connectivity and people chatting, which is brilliant. So yeah, happy to keep answering questions, and even happier I've got a cup of coffee. Back to you, Oscar, from M0PSX.
M0PSX, 2 Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo. Yeah, I've had a beer actually. Now I'm on the water. So just trying to compute all the call signs, because a lot of people doubled there. But we'll get through everyone, so don't rush. We've got plenty of time. We're on for at least another hour. There's plenty more conversation, so let's get rocking and rolling. Right, I only got a broken call sign, and I hope they know who they are. M0 Sierra, question mark, question mark. Let's just see if that station's there with their name and their call sign. There's Mike 0 Sierra station. Are you there with us, please?
Yeah, Mike 0 Sierra Alpha Fox. The name is Steve, Sierra Tango Echo Victor Echo. I'm in Shepshed in Leicestershire. Back to you.
Hello, Steve. Yeah, got you there. No problem at all. Thanks very much, Mike 0 Sierra Alpha Foxtrot. Good evening to you. Yeah, what do you want to say, my friend? You got a question, a comment for Pete? The Top Talk's all about interaction, so please call in if you want to talk. That's what we want. We want people to interact, have a QSO, have a chat, and have a conversation. So go for your question or comment to Peter there, Steve. M0SAF. Over to you.
0 Sierra Alpha Fox. Yeah, thanks so much. I have nothing in particular to say really, but I just thought I'd say good evening to everybody. Hope everyone's keeping safe and eagerly awaiting their vaccine injections, and everyone's having a nice evening on the radio there. That's about it really. Just sort of say hi. Mike 0 Sierra Alpha Fox.
Okay, thanks very much there, Steve. No problem at all. In Leicestershire, thanks for calling in and saying hello. And I think there was another station coming in. Please stand by. Any new stations, we will call you in at the end of the list. So stand by. Plenty of time. No need to rush. Excellent. Right, we're going across the Atlantic again to a very good friend of mine in Canada. Now, I know he's normally busy in mobile, so he better not blow me out, because I know he's busy and sometimes it takes a bit of time to get round to him. But we're going to call QRZ on Victor Alpha 7 Sierra Lima. Scott in Canada, are you there, please?
QSL Oscar, good evening to you guys. Victor Alpha 7 Sierra Lima. And yes, I'm mobile, and I'm glad you got to me, because I'm just about to destinate. I don't have a question. I'm happy. I just wanted you all to know that the link was reestablished. It seems to be working now. Cross my fingers, stand on one leg, and look just the right way. Hope it'll stay up for the rest of your net. Very 7-3 to all as I'm driving my 93-year-old dad over to my house for dinner this evening. We're going to have a barbecue here. It's a nice evening here in southwest British Columbia. 7-3 to all. 2E1HWE Victor Alpha 7 Sierra Lima.
Yeah, Victor Alpha 7 Sierra Lima. Excellent stuff, Scott. Well done to you, being the old taxi driver there for your 93-year-old. I think you said it was possibly your father. And great to have Canada Hub on board. We've got a good connection and good relationship with the guys and girls in Canada. Work and they regulate. It's nice to hear a Victor Alpha or a Victor Echo station in the log. Thank you, Scott. Right, next we go to the 7 station, M7 SOP, Mike 7 Sierra Oscar Papa. I didn't get your name, so your name and location, and ask your question to our guest, please. From 2 Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo.
From my 7 Sierra Oscar Papa, first off, I've got your try and ask you how it's nice to be able to speak to you online and still haven't got the RF situation sorted out to speak to you from home location, but I saw the quick Twitter message this evening and ignored it, so I'm glad I didn't. I'm interested, how many people would Essex Ham have got through their training courses? I know that I read somewhere just recently there was 350 people at one of your webinars. I'd be interested to know exactly, well, if you're willing to say, how many people have actually got licenses through you. This is Mike Spencer, Oscar Papa.
M7 SOP from M0PSX. Yeah, good evening, Paul. Nice to speak. I know you're a regular connectee to us on a Monday, but nice to actually hear you and be able to talk to you without the need to type. So, all good. Yeah, well, we know we've been doing a heck of a lot since COVID, so I do actually have some numbers here. Oscar was asking me about them a little bit earlier, but we have had 5,684 people have enrolled on our course ever, of which 3,354 joined us since COVID. So that's since the 7th of April. So 3,300, and we know that the RSGB's release is at about 2,290 passing. Now, we don't know how many of those were through us, but we do work very closely with the RSGB, and we also talk to invigilators. We think we're responsible for most of the people that passed last year, either directly doing our course or using our material. So, yeah, 3,300 since the pandemic is a massive record both for us and for the RSGB. So, lots of interest. Some of it due to some decent PR the hobby's had, some of it due to the fact that the exams can be taken online, and some of it due to the fact people are bored and want a hobby to keep them through the lockdown. So a silver lining for amateur radio has come out of COVID in that it's inspired people to take up the hobby and get talking on the air, which is great. Thanks, Paul. I'll pass it back to Oscar, 2E1HWE, M0PSX. Yeah, thank you very much, 2E1HWE. Yeah, thanks very much. For time reasons, we're going to have to keep moving down the list, but if anyone has got more questions for Pete, they're more than welcome at the end, if they're still around in the next hour, to come back and go for a bit of double bubble, as we call it here, on the Essex Riviera. Excellent stuff. Right, thank you very much there. Next call sign, we're going to Scotland, to Mike 7, Hotel Quebec Sierra, and I think that possibly could be the Queen of the South from the International Radio Network. Is that you, Helen? If so, good evening. Nice to have your network on board with us on Freestar. Tell us a little bit about the IRN, and also if you'd like to go back to Pete, M0PSX, you're more than welcome to. This is 2E1HWE on the TopTalk net on Freestar. Call in NM7HQS, please.
Well, good evening, Oscar, this is Mike 7, Hotel Quebec Sierra, and it's Helen, Queen of Scotland. And GM0UUB will tell you a bit more about the IRN, but I just quickly wanted to come on and say a massive hello to Pete. And I was class of 73, course 73, and I passed my exam in October there. So I've got to say it was a superb course. I enjoyed it thoroughly, and everybody in our group were so supportive. So thank you, Pete. I do appreciate everything you do there. And I'm part of the admin team for the International Radio Network, and I'm a netlogger. So I'm enjoying the hobby so far and looking forward to further on. So thank you so much, Pete. And Oscar, thank you so much for a wonderful net. I was a bit excited when I seen the advert this week and seen that it was coming on. So I thought I must join in there. So this is Mike 7, Hotel Quebec Sierra, passing it back to you, Oscar.
Yeah, thanks very much, Helen. And I want Pete to come back to you. Let Pete respond to you. I think that's the fairest thing to do. M0PSX for a comment, please.
M0PSX returning to MM7HQS, Scotland. Wow, excellent. Thank you very much for the kind words. I found you on course 73, September last year. That was one of our smaller courses, actually. There were 76 people on that course. So we're looking at the course notes. That was a very good, productive course. We ran to time. We had a decent amount of feedback from that one. One of the smaller ones, which I tend to prefer because people tend to get to know each other pretty well. And obviously you made it through and sat your exam. So good stuff. And IRN sounds interesting. Perhaps either you or Oscar can tell me about that when we go through some more of the questions. It's something I'm not familiar with, so we're always keen to learn. Hopefully someone can fill me in on IRN. I know that from my broadcasting days. IRN used to stand for Independent Radio News, which was a news organisation for the radio stations in the UK. But there we go. Anyway, thank you, Helen. Nice to hear you. And I'll pass it back to Oscar for the next person. 2E1HWE, M0PSX.
Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo on the TopTalk net on 3 stars. So good evening to everyone joining us. Our special guest this week is Pete Sipple from Essex Ham, virtual club and online training here in the United Kingdom. And it's 22:51 UTC in the United Kingdom. So good evening, good afternoon to whoever's connecting. We've still got a few more people on the list to go to, but before we do that, I just want to say thank you. There's loads of comments coming through on the live stream. So we thank again M0XMX of Ham Radio Blog. That's the YouTube stream. If anyone's interested, want to log on there, you're more than welcome to. We've got 28 people live at the moment, M0XMX. And I'm just looking at the comments now. The call sign M0RZE, thanks very much. They're just calling in, Ian, saying hello to you there, Pete. Also M0RZE. Oh, it's the same person. Sorry, they've doubled up the comments. No problem at all. Double, it's all good in the hood. Right, excellent. So we're next going to go to Shane, who is one of the connection managers at Freestar, M0VUB. So Shane, good evening. Thanks for joining the net. And maybe you can give us a little bit of news, actually, before you say hello to Pete. On the connections, any information, anything useful on the connections this evening that anyone new to Freestar should be aware of. And then happily go and ask Pete a comment or a question after. 2 Echo 1, Hotel Whiskey Echo, Mike 0, Victor Uniform Bravo.
Mike 0, Victor Uniform Bravo. Okay, Oscar, and hi to Pete. It's been a while. I say 2017 is when I took the course with you, Pete, on the ham train, and yeah, it was so good. Literally just flew through the foundation. In actual fact, I did make a mistake, and it was one question which was very difficult because there was no clear answer on this particular question. It was to do about how to ID in digital modes and in normal modes. How you should identify your station, and I completely had a mind blank, and I did the one wrong question, so I got 99% on it, unfortunately. But anyway, I say couldn't have done it without your course. Just giving that right information, that right etiquette at the start, and and just getting the footing into the hobby, basically. So I can't thank you enough, Pete, and I'm sure many thousands of other hams that's done the course with you also feel the same. So I really appreciate you coming on tonight and basically just sharing your experience with it all and all that sort of stuff. So connections are going good, Oscar. It's all it was a little bit wobbly at the start due to a couple of connections with Canada not working out with us, but that's sorted now, so hopefully things are going okay. It's all going smooth now by the looks of it, so happy days. So by the way, Pete, I used to be in the chat quite a lot, 2017/18, when you used to do the Monday Night Net. Now, you'll have to tell us more about the Monday Night Net, Pete. M0PSX, M0VB.
M0VUB from M0PSX. Good evening, Shane. Nice to chat again. Still amazed by the awesomeness of this net. It's brilliant, connecting to so many different places around the world, which is really encouraging. That's really good stuff. So well done to you and the team for putting Freestar together. I've just found your course 30. Back in the day when we had a handful of people on each course, so there were 44 other people with you back on that course. It's grown a bit to about, I think we've had a record of about 400 people as opposed to 40 on the course. So life has changed quite a bit, but all good. The Monday Night Net, for those that don't know, is a get-together using a repeater in Essex, GB3DA, which is the repeater based in Danbury. We've been running that for about 8 years. It used to be, looking at a picture of Oscar, he's waving his webcam footage at the webcam. I don't know what he's doing there, but looked fun there, Oscar. It's a get-together. It was intended for newcomers. Originally, it was on a Thursday night, and it was called the Newbie Net. But the Monday Night Net is one of the busiest nets in Essex now. Been going for many, many years. We have different hosts on it, and we have a live stream. So anyone that's interested in having a listen, Monday nights at 8 o'clock, essexham.co.uk is the website, but we also have essexham.net. It takes you to the live stream. So anyone is welcome to have a listen or to join in. Thanks, Shane. Nice to speak to you. I'll pass it back. Why he was waving his phone at his camera at 2E1HWE, M0PSX. Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo. That's a good question, Pete. I was making sure everyone was still alive in the online chat and people were still viewing. So, anyone that wants to subscribe, please subscribe to this YouTube stream. It's a great stream if no one's seen it before. M0XMX, Mike Lewis, Ham Radio Blog. He does a lot of good work with Freestar, as well as a few other YouTubers, and we thank him for providing live stream for us this evening. Because we know a lot of people like to just listen or have a chat, can't get in and talk to us, so they like to just obviously do the text, and the live stream lets us do that. So please, give us some likes. We want to get to at least 50 likes if we can, just so we know that we're doing a good job and that everyone's still wide awake there. Excellent stuff. Thank you. Happy days. Right, we're going to go next to Bob in the West Midlands, M6NVO. M6NVO. Go for your comment and ask Pete your question, please, from 2E1HWE.
Roger, it's Mike 6, November, Victor, Oscar, and it's Dudley, West Midlands. And just a little comment. I've got it sorted now. I've got a gentleman that's helping me doing the 2E course. But I had to go through several different people through West Exam before I found this guy that would help me. The reason being is severely dyslexic, and I find it very hard to get somebody to help me on a more of a one-to-one basis. And I think West Exam could have a list of people that could do Zoom meetings, and they'll be willing to help people, because I'm sure there's more than just me that want to do the hobby, but can't read and write very well, so it gets extremely hard doing the course. Back to Pete for his comments.
M6NVO from M0PSX. Yes, good evening to you, Bob. I do sympathise. Yeah, it is very, very difficult. I know with our course, because the sheer numbers of people that we've got on our course, at the moment, this month, we've got about 400 people. So one-to-one training over Zoom is just something that our group just can't do with that volume of people. It's a part-time thing, running in addition to my day job and doing one-to-one stuff. So potentially sort of 400 people is a challenge. There are some things I can suggest. It sounds like you might be sorted, but for anybody else that happens to be in the same boat, there's a group called the RAIBC who have a whole bunch of training material on MP3 format for all three license levels, foundation, intermediate, full. So you can listen to those as opposed to reading the book. Of course, there's videos out there as well. The several courses that have videos and narration, so that can be quite helpful as well. The other thing to do is talk to the RSGB. So in each part of the UK, there is an RSGB regional team. So there will be a regional team close to where you are. I think you said West Midlands. I can probably look it up if you need the details. But contact your local RSGB representative. They are in touch with all the clubs in the area and should know which clubs are able to offer you sort of local training, whether that's face-to-face after COVID or Zoom. But your local RSGB team should be able to help you. Talk to your local regional manager, and they will put you in touch, hopefully, with someone local that can help. Hope that's a help. Appreciate it's not easy, but RAIBC or the local RSGB team should be able to help you for that intermediate. Thank you, Bob. Good question. And back to Oscar, 2E1HWE, M0PSX.
Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo. Yeah, excellent, Pete. A lot of information there. A lot of information. So you are the knowledge, and that's what we've got you on, because there's a lot of people want to have a chat this evening, want to have a conversation. Before we move on, I just want to make sure there's no further comments or any more questions. Make sure Bob's happy. M6NVO, does that answer your question? Over.
Yeah, Roger. The only thing, Bob, is I went through all that, and it took me quite a few, speaking to quite a few people, and getting them to call me back with information. It went on and on and on for quite some time before I got somewhere. But those people who he said about if they had a list of people could help, it would be very helpful to them. I did get sorted out. I am sort of being sorted out, but I think something could be done to smoothen the path for people like me. Back to you.
N0 PSX returning. That's a very valid point. I'm trying to think what the easiest way of doing it would be. Now, really, it should be the RSGB that does it because they are responsible for the exams, and they are, of course, present in every region. It's difficult trying to find volunteers to do things at the best of times, so getting a volunteer team together for that, I can imagine might be a struggle for the RSGB. But if you've got any thoughts, if there's anything Essex Ham can do, certainly let me know. If not, it's for the RSGB. Now, they do coordinate all of this kind of stuff, so it really should fall to them. But if you're saying you had a nightmare getting someone to help you out there, then maybe it needs an independent group to try and pull something together. But of course, it relies on local clubs and local volunteers, and trying to get a coordinated effort from volunteers without the help of the RSGB is quite a tricky one. If I may, Oscar, I'm just going to pass that back to Bob, see if he's got any final comments on that one, and then I'll pass it back to you. So, any final thoughts on that, Bob? M6NVO from M0 PSX.
Yeah, Roger. All it is I'm a member of the RSGB, and I didn't find them very helpful. And I went to Wessex Ham, and they passed me to somebody else, and they passed me to somebody else, and so it went on. And I did find somebody in the end. But I just feel that there must be hundreds of people in a similar situation to me that could do with help. And I feel that the RSGB and Wessex Ham and that could do with just a sheet of paper that they could contact somebody and get something sorted out. And I'm sure that there is people around that may not even be amateur radio, but that don't feel that they can cope with it without the help. And without the help, we're losing another member, sort of thing. So, anyway, I'm just going to sign off for now and just listen out for a little while. But that's my thoughts on it. And if you could forward it on to the relevant people to see what you can do, because I feel there could be a lot more people that would join the hobby if they knew they could get help. Back to you.
N0 PSX returning. Yeah, okay, Bob, all understood on that. Thank you for that. If you get a chance to perhaps drop me an email and let me know how you managed to find help in the end. If you found a good organisation or a good group that can help, then I can happily pass that on to other people. So let me know how you resolved it and who ended up helping you. And if that's a person willing to help others, I'm happy to pass on his or her details to anyone in a similar position. We do have a page on our website about help and advice for people with dyslexia. I'm guessing you saw that, and I'm guessing you're also aware of the RAIBC, who it's their job to do this kind of stuff. So disappointing to hear that they didn't help. But if you think there's anything useful we can put up on our website, or we can pass on the same position, drop us an email, let me know, and I'll happily get that up on the website to help others in the same position. Thank you very much. Oscar, I'll pass it back to you, 2E1HWE from M0 PSX.
Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo. Yeah, thanks for calling in, Bob, in Dudley, West Midlands. And this is what it's all about, the Top Talk. We want people to call in, any you know, if the guest can help someone or give advice or guidance, or we can get people connected and in contact with the right people, that is what we want. Call in and share your story, or give us some feedback, or come in with some advice. If you know a solution, call in when we go for the next QRZ and participate. Please, this is what it's all about. We want to help as many people as possible. So thank you, Bob and Pete. Right, we're going north of the border next. Thanks for being really patient. This is a great station. I really do enjoy his nets. Graham for the IRN, GM0UUB. So Graham, this is the question for you. For anyone who doesn't already know you or your nets, can you tell us a little bit about the IRN? Because I know Pete thought you might be a different organisation that he was familiar with. So first of all, tell us a little bit about IRN, and then secondly, you're more than welcome to go back to Pete for an over if you so wish. 2 Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo Golf Mike 0 Uniform Bravo.
Scared to go into the United States. There's quite a few operations that can help you with that, because I'm dyslexic myself. Kilo India 6 Whiskey X-ray Papa.
Okay, the United States station, please stand by. Please stand by. We'll call you in for your comment next. But please could I take GM0UUB first, please? Graham, over.
Well, Oscar and everybody else out there on the net, well, thank you so much for taking my call. This is Golf Mike 0 Uniform Bravo. It's Graham here in Dunkeld, Central Scotland, and Oscar, you're doing a fantastic job, absolutely wonderful. I do have a couple of questions for Peter, but you did ask about the International Radio Network, so let me just give a wee kind of spiel about that. The International Radio Network is now owned by, you checked in earlier, KB1UPZ. I know I should say UPZ here in the UK, but it's just kind of rolled off the tongue, KB1UPZ. That's what we call Uncle Bob out there, and he's the owner of the International Radio Network. And people, if you want to have a wee look at that, we've now connected to the Freestar network this week. Go to the website. That's all the W's.irn.radio, irn.radio, and you can see what we're up to and what all the links are and everything else. So absolutely wonderful. But yeah, so do go and check that out. We were operating, and we had a wonderful night last night. It's absolutely wonderful. We have a Friday night we've done for just about a year now, and for this week was the first time we connected with the Freestar, and so we had about 23 of our regular check-ins last night, and then an extra 17 people checking in. So we ended up with 40 people checking into our net last night, Oscar. And it's run by dual control, net control operators. And that's myself and Helen, who's already checked in, MM7HQS. Yeah, we had a absolutely wonderful time. So good stuff. But yeah, the International Radio Network, let me just talk a wee bit about that. But I know I have to look at the timeout and all the rest. Let me just take a wee pause. Okay, GM0UUB returning. Yeah, well, the International Radio Network, just go and check out the website, folks, and we have around about 3,500 members who are licensed operators, but we do have about 400 or 500 members who are unlicensed. And we allow them to operate on the Zello and the TeamSpeak side of things, and encourage them to pass their radio amateur exam. Now, of course, last year I think it was 3,354 people managed to do the course on the the Essex Ham course last year, and one of them, of course, was my wife, MM7HQS, who's already been here, and yes, she's one of the admins in the IRN as well. So we really do appreciate the support from the Essex Ham and everything else. So anyway, so I suppose, well, I want to maybe go back to Peter and ask, or Pete, sorry, I've been corrected by the Queen of Scotland there, Pete. I need to go back to Pete with a couple of questions. And one of them is, Pete, how do you feel about being responsible for, you know, an amateur radio guy who's been into amateur radio from the early 90s, licensed early 90s, and everything else, and all of a sudden Essex Ham Radio has encouraged her to participate in my hobby, and now we have to go and share that space. That's kind of a wee bit of tongue-in-cheek thing, but there you go. But but it's true. Helen was just about to jump in with something else there. But Pete, do you feel responsible for encouraging XYLs for getting their licensed conditions and all the rest, and interfering with her husband's hobby? But the second thing was, I'm just wondering, Pete, you were, you know, obviously, I think you've been running the Essex Ham Radio for, what I think, well, about 10 years or whatever, but over the last year, kind of a virtual club. And I'm just wondering, Pete, how, you know, when we go to ease out of lockdown and we, you know, go to some kind of normality, where do you see the virtual club? Sorry, my 3-minute timeout just gave me a wee. Sorry, I'm very long-winded. I really do apologise. But Peter or Pete, my question was, you're over the last year, you've obviously developed a fantastic, and my wife has obviously benefited from that, a kind of virtual club and all the rest. Where do you see that virtual club going as lockdown eases and the years go on? I just don't know. So that was my question to Pete. Does he feel responsible for my wife interfering with my hobby? And also, where does the virtual club, which I really do admire so much, how do you see that happening once lockdown eases? Those are the questions. So I don't know if it goes back to Oscar or if Pete, if you just want to take it straight up, I don't know. This is GM0UUB.
GM0UUB from M0. I'll jump in here. Graham, thank you for that. Yeah, questions there. Do I feel responsible? I can only give you my own experience of that. I got into amateur radio largely kind of accidentally, really. I met some guys from the local radio club who told me that, or they asked me about amateur radio, whether I knew anything about it. I'd looked at it in the 80s when you had to do 6 months of study and learn Morse code, and it wasn't for me. And they told me that, oh, there's this thing called Foundation, and I thought, yeah, whatever, I'll give it a try. And you know, fell madly in love with the hobby, as I know lots of us have done. Now, my wife Sarah, about a year into my amateur radio journey, decided to take her license, mainly to find out what I was talking about, because I was talking in code and talking to a whole bunch of new people. She wanted to be able to be part of it and communicate with my friends, so she took her license. And a lot of other people seem to have done the same. Whoever's in the hobby, you know, will recruit family members into it. Yeah, I do. I feel a little bit of responsibility there because I've made things easier and more accessible. And a lot of the training material we have is designed for families to help each other. So I think it's a good thing. The more people we can get into the hobby, the better. And the more people that aren't like me and old and grey and sitting in sheds, who are a bit more diverse, the better. I'll answer the second part. I better de-key. I'm conscious of that timeout. Now you've brought it to my attention, so I should just de-key and answer the second question. M0PSX. M0PSX, carrying on. The second question. So we've always been a virtual club. We've never been a traditional bricks and mortar club in the 10 years that we've been going. That said, we do have meetups. So we occasionally meet up in the pub and we meet up for field days at various points during the year. So we've always been a virtual club. I suspect we always will be. Probably the bigger question is what is the shape of clubs going to be going forward? Because traditionally clubs have always relied on training. The big opportunity for clubs, and I don't know if anyone is listening who runs a club, the big opportunity is once the lockdown is lifted, there are going to be a lot of people out there who've passed during the lockdown but perhaps never touched a radio, never met another radio amateur, and they're desperate for some help and advice. So what I would hope is that the clubs will seize that opportunity rather than going back to the sort of traditional cup of tea and slideshow about the history of Marconi or whatever, is they put on stuff for the newcomers, for the new generation. In Essex, we had a thing called a skills night, which was pretty much a sort of show and tell night at the club, where people could bring along radio equipment and show other people. I think there's a desperate need for that, certainly for the newcomers. So I would hope the traditional clubs will go down that route. There's an interesting proposal for something that would change the way clubs work. The phrase that's been doing the rounds is hubs, not clubs. So the idea that you have a local hub, so a local sort of online meeting point, and if somebody wants to, I don't know, work satellites, they would go into the hub, and the hub would direct them to the appropriate club or person. So it's trying to pull sort of regional areas together, potentially help with Bob's issue about dyslexia as well, where you've got local specialities. So forming clubs, networks of clubs, helping each other out, and networks of individuals helping each other out. So I think that might be the longer term future, given that clubs might struggle now that training has moved online. Just my thoughts, but I might be wildly wrong. There you go, Oscar. 2 long overs from me. 2E1HWE, M0PSX.
M0PSX 2E1HWE, yeah, no problem at all. That's what it's about, isn't it? There's plenty of people just enjoying listening, sitting back. It's late on a Saturday evening. We're all winding down. So no problem at all. I know a lot of people, the comments have gone a bit quiet now because everyone's starting to go to bed here in the UK. But I know North America is still alive and kicking, and we will call them in shortly. Just before we move on, any final comments, Graham, before we say goodbye to our guests and move on for any more check-ins? Final comments to you, Graham, before we go down the list again. 2E1HWE, GN0UUB.
GM0UUB returning just for a very quick final, and well, thank you so much, Pete, for the information there. And a hubs, not clubs. I mean, it's not just in the amateur radio community. I think that's something that people are kind of thinking about all across the whole kind of spectrum of life, really. So absolutely wonderful. But once again, Pete, I do hold you responsible for my wife getting her amateur radio call sign in October. So we'll forever remember that. And but having said that, I so much enjoy her being part of the community and doing all the net control stuff and helping me out and all the rest. So thank you so much, Pete, and it's wonderful. Thank you for taking the time to be here to answer some questions and everything else on this absolutely fantastic network. And indeed, the International Radio Network only partnered up with the Freestar Network just this week. I think Tuesday was our first kind of get-together. And guys out there, I so much appreciate what you all do on the Freestar Network. And here on the International Radio Network, and myself and Uncle Bob, KB1UPZ, he's the owner. We really do appreciate it, and we look forward to how we can move things forward as time goes on. And including all these people that have passed their exams under Essex Ham Radio. It's absolutely wonderful. So thank you, Peter. It's wonderful to hear you there. And back to Oscar. Sorry for being so long-winded. I've just got such a reputation for talking too much. Back to Oscar. GM0 UUB.
Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo on the Top Talk Saturday night evening net on Freestar. If anyone's called in, that was Graham from the IRN, who's got a net here on Tuesday and alternative Fridays on the Freestar network. Tune in. It's normally around about, I think, 2200 UTC, something like that. So thank you, Graham. And to your good lady, the XYL, Helen. Happy days. So what we're going to do, everybody, just to give you the heads up here, I'm going to bring in Bruce, one of the founders of Freestar, next, the connection manager, for a quick QSO. And I'm going to ask Pete one final question, okay? We're going to go Bruce, and I'm going to ask Pete one final question for the evening, and we're going to open it up for any final calls, okay? Because I'm just conscious of time. It's 11:30 in the evening here, Greenwich Mean Time, in the UK. Everyone's going to be nodding off, and I'm just conscious the connections all drop off around the world at midnight here. So only about half hour left. So we're going to start winding things down. But before we do, Bruce, Connections Manager of Freestar, 2E1HWE. Let us know about what's new this week in the world of Freestar, please. From 2 Echo 1, Hotel Whiskey Echo.
FWV returning. Well, thank you, Oscar. Firstly to Graham, GM0 UUB, thank you very much for partnering up with us and allowing us to partner with you, etc., whichever way you want to call it. It's been a pleasure. And right, across to Pete. Well, Pete, you were 50% responsible for the starting of Freestar when you spoke to Shane. You're now 100% responsible for starting of Freestar, because I was on course number 61 back in March of 2020. So you did a good job, you got me through, and really good. So, yep, we're on there. Thank you very much, Pete. It has been a pleasure. Your course was excellent, and I've recommended you to a number of people. One of my good friends is going through it at the moment. So, yeah, there you go. Connections-wise and bits and pieces, techie-wise, well, we're trying out some new stuff. We're trying out the all ASL flavour Beta 2 on some servers tonight. Not the ones that are the core, but on some other servers. We're trying that out. A big shout out to Rob Vella at All Star Link. He's been a really good friend and mentor to us as such. So that's great. Lots of people connected in from all over the world. Obviously, the IRN that we've talked about. We've got loads more simplex gateways around the UK coming on board. I know Oscar himself's got one. I've got one. I actually applied for a second one today. I'm thrilled by it. So, yep, they're coming on board. Another one in Essex, B7IMS. So, yeah, simplex gateway seems to be the way to go, folks. And an increasing size in the digital side as well. 3 repeaters in the northeast, DB7EZ, and 2 others coming on board this week. So, yeah, things are rapidly expanding. Isle of Man repeater group, talked about those. So, yeah, everything's going really, really well. And it's just lovely to see so many people talking about on the net and generally having a chit-chat during the day. I've heard some fantastic QSOs. Anyway, I shall just drop key for a second so I don't time out as well. FWV returning. Yeah, so there you go, Pete. It's all your fault now because you got Shane and myself through it as well. So, yeah, there's the final closing thought to you. Oh, and hang on, Shane wants to have a little chat as well to you. So I'll tell you what, I'll pass it over to Shane, Pete, and then you can answer both of us. How's that sound? Right, so with that, I will go to Shane, who was going to talk a little bit more about the digital side, because that's his bag. I'm the analog guy, he's the digi guy. So here we go. I'll pass it over to Shane, who'll pass it to you, Pete. So M0VUB from 2E1HWE. Thank you very much, Pete and Shane. Here you go.
M0VUB, return. Yeah, okay, Bruce. Yeah, the analog and the digital guy. Yeah, I like that. That's good. But yeah, now I'd like to just give a shout out to some of the repeaters up the northeast. GB7CZ, GB7TY, and GB7YI. And thanks to Ian and Tony for putting slot 2 on Freestar. So a big shout out to those repeaters up there. GB7CZ has got such a massive amount of coverage up there. It's just unbelievable, that repeater is. Probably one of the best repeaters I've worked on DMR, to be honest with you. So I'm just giving a bit of a shout out for those repeaters up there, because Tony and Ian have done us wonders in this hobby, especially when I set up GB7NR a couple of years ago, so in Nottingham. And Tony is a good friend of mine as well, so it's out there for you, Tony. He's listening on GB7YI probably.
Yeah, quite correct, Jim. So he's refused everything, cranking in. Fresh from me, none up there. hope you're all well. It dropped my feet, so I hope I'm not doubling that shit, but review B from to his recused potentially.
Echo 1 Hotel with Skep. I think we lost Shane there. Not a problem. Right, so the last question for our guest tonight, which is Pete Sipple from Essex Ham, Online Training and Amateur Radio Virtual Club, is tell us, Pete, about the new RSGB Direct to Full exam consultation that's currently ongoing. It's a real big topic of debate. Last couple of weeks, amateurs on nets, online, have been talking no end about this change, about the one-stop shop where you can literally go in, do one exam, and not have to do the two others. It's all in one, multiple choice. It's really going to not rock the boat, but it's really going to stir things up out there. A lot of mixed feelings. Want to know what you think, and can you tell everyone who doesn't know about it a bit more information if you could? 2E1HWE, final question to our guest, M0PSX.
This is M0PSX returning to Oscar on the TopTalk net on Freestar. Before I answer that question to Bruce and Shane, again, congratulations for pulling all this together. I mean, it's an amazing network you guys have built there, and excellent work as well from Oscar on the pulling everything together and running nets and helping to promote. So, yeah, that's the spirit of amateur radio, is pulling everyone together to do different stuff. And I think when I was talking to Oscar yesterday, we were commenting that up in the north of the UK, there's a much larger network. Down here, all the repeaters tend to be sort of standalone and not quite as networked together. But the north of the UK seems to be pulling stuff together and making better connections and connecting the community together, maybe a little better than perhaps we are down south. But good on you, and more power to your elbow, all involved with Freestar. So yeah, direct to full. Those that are new to the hobby may not be aware of this, but originally, until 2000, if you wanted an amateur radio license, you would study for the RAE, which until the 80s, was a written paper. It went multiple choice in 1981, I think it was, and ran till 2003. And it was a single exam, as opposed to the three-tier system we've got at the moment, foundation, intermediate, full. Now that system was abandoned when RAE closed their exam system, and we moved into foundation, intermediate, full. But there's a feeling that the people that have got significant knowledge of electronics or radio theory shouldn't need to go all the way through foundation, intermediate and full. They've already got a lot of the core knowledge they need, so the aim would be for them to go straight for the full exam. So conscious of timing out, let me just drop the key for 1 second. I'll carry on with my train of thought. M0PSX. M0PSX, continuing. So that's the kind of plan, is that there'll be an intended route in for those that have got significant radio experience or electronics experience. It's at a consultation stage at the moment. The RSGB has released a consultation document with a consultation syllabus. We've done a review of that syllabus and found out there's actually quite a lot of intermediate questions in there. So it might be something that's of interest to someone that's keen to fast track to full without having to perhaps study the full syllabus. So the maths is quite interesting. We're still working our way through that. But if anyone's interested, do take the survey. If you Google RSGB direct to full, you should find a consultation. If you Google Essex Ham direct to full, you'll find our notes on it. And we are running a survey. At the time I'm speaking to you, we've had 334 people respond to our survey. 91% of those respondents support the idea of direct to full. Only 7% don't. The controversial bit that's causing the stirring up of all this is whether there should be the practicals. So at the moment, well, okay, COVID means there's no practicals, but under normal circumstances, at foundation there are practicals, having a QSO on the radio, tuning up an antenna, tuning up a dipole, and building a station. It's currently proposed that people at foundation going to intermediate and full would need to do the practicals, but those with the experience wouldn't need to. But the school of thought there is you'll end up with some people that have done practical experience and some that don't. So is it fair? Should practicals be to everyone or to no one? I've got my own personal theories, but it's a very mixed opinion out there. So there you go, Oscar. A long answer to a short question. 2E1HWE and 0PSX.
2E1HWE. Yeah, well, we're all free on Freestar, and we're free for time, so it's all good. And yeah, no, it's a very interesting topic that's hot on the UK amateur radio pinball, I think. And I think what's interesting for me, and you just touched on it there yourself there, Pete, is if you're an intermediate licence or even a foundation, is this a fast track or possibly, dare I say it, an easier route to get your full licence? So even if you're not starting from the bottom, you're halfway there like I am. I'm an intermediate call sign. And it's very, very interesting. So I'm going to look with interest when we get more information on this, because I think it is going to, in a good way, shake up the structure. And it's great to have another option, isn't it? I think choice is fantastic, and yeah, I think the statistics speak for themselves. 91% of people are backing it so far. That's great. Just in case no one heard, is there a way anyone can take part in your survey, Pete? You mentioned you've got one going. Is there a website or a link or an email? Just let us know if you're looking for more participants for the survey consultation there. 2E1HWE on the TopTalk next Saturday night with M0PSX, our guest.
M0PSX returning. Yes, certainly all feedback very much welcomed. So traditionally what's happened is the RSGB do a consultation. The RSGB normally do theirs behind closed doors and don't publish their results. So every time they run a consultation. Essex Ham runs a public one that is open to everyone. Really sort of a bit of a checks and balances to see what the RSGB are up to and put our own survey results together. So we would love your experiences. If you go to the main Essex Ham website, essexham.co.uk, look up the top right, there's a little scrolly thing that in there says direct to full survey, click here. So please do have your say. What we're going to do is collate the responses we get and submit them to the RSGB on behalf of the club, so that the RSGB can't ignore it, and there's an audit trail of feedback. And just a very quick one, Oscar, I appreciate you running tight on time, but do you go direct to full if you're an intermediate question? I've done the maths, and I think it would be to the advantage of anyone that's got a foundation licence or an intermediate licence to take direct to full, because they'll then be also answering questions on foundation and intermediate matters as opposed to purely on full matters. I've done the maths. I think there's an advantage there. My colleague Steve, who runs the Bath-based course, has done the maths and also a trial with some of his students, and he's seeing a very high fail rate on his mock. So he doesn't think it's a very good direct route. I do, he doesn't. So 50% split of opinions there. So watch this space. 2E1HWE M0PSX.
Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo. Yeah, excellent. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? That they've done some mock exams and it didn't work out too well. But it's early days, isn't it? But it's very, very interesting. Anyone like me who's intermediate or even foundation, there could be another route to get the full licence that's more cost efficient, less questions, less time. So yeah, we watch this space, don't we? It's a big thing in our hobby, this is. We haven't had anything like this for years to talk about, so it's all good. Excellent. Well, just looking at the time now, we've got 20 minutes to go, really, before all the connections drop off, so I'm going to start winding things down. What I'd ask is anyone out there that wants to call in, who wants to really speak to Pete, I'd like you to call in first, actually, and then we'll take the general check-ins after. Anyone who wants to ask Pete a question, ask them for feedback or guidance or advice, this is the time to come. Please come now. Also, we've still got the YouTube going, M0XMX, the Ham Radio blog, so please type that into YouTube, M0XMX. Mike would love you to subscribe as well, because he's doing us a real favour tonight, letting us use his live stream. So if you'd rather just put some comments there, I can ask Pete as well on the online chat if you want. So without further ado, let's open it up. Can you please give me your call sign phonetically, your name as well, and your QTH. So call sign, name and QTH. Please don't rush and leave a 3-second gap between your overs. So we're taking anyone with a question first, please. Anyone with a question, QRZ.
Zero VOB with a question, Oscar.
Yes, Shane, ask your question to Pete. Over.
Yeah, okay, Oscar, yeah, and sorry about the dropout earlier. I was coming on to the question at the end of the over, but yeah, no, the question is how do you cope, Pete, with the massive amount of load that you've got to sort of do with making this all happen, with the ham train and Essex Ham training? 400, did you say you had 400 students on one course? That is a massive amount. How do you manage your time? Because I know that it's difficult, especially, I mean, with me and Bruce sort of running this network is a massive task. It's become a massive task, to be fair, and we are sort of working as well, so it's sort of like sort of swings and roundabouts and hurdles and stress. But anyway, yeah. So how is it? I take it is 2017. Over to you, Pete. M0PSX, M0VOB.
M0VUB, M0PSX. Yes, managing the hours is a tricky one. So I do have a day job. I also work weekends, so I am generally fairly busy. No easy answer to some of this. Some of it is I kind of I like a challenge, and I'm very good at evolving and adapting. So when the course was quite small, it used to run itself quite nicely. When we had this massive scale increase last year, I twigged I had to do something quick. Rolling in the second course each month, you would have thought it would have doubled the workload, but actually it reduced the workload because between courses I was getting inquiries about, can I start now, I can't wait a month, chasing me for getting a place. So adding a second course actually took some of the work away because people got on quicker and asked me fewer questions. What I have started doing is a lot more video work along the way. So previously on the smaller courses that I think you were on, there wasn't as much content on the back end of the website. Now I've done separate videos for things like Ohm's Law, the band plan, side bands and so on. So I've upped the video content. I've also introduced an FAQ where all the questions get answered. And every time I'm asked a question, the answer goes in the FAQ and in the course. So as a result, I'm adapting and getting less questions, which takes away some of the hassle. I've also automated all the email system now, which does make a bit of a difference. Yeah, it's a challenge. I'm enjoying it. I love seeing the results, that's the thing, so I will put in the extra hours. My ever-loving wife doesn't always appreciate that I'm up until 2 o'clock in the morning configuring courses and things, but I think she's got used to my little foibles now, so I enjoy doing it. I see now as an opportunity to get a lot of extra people into the hobby, so I do put the extra hours in. Yeah, working smart, I think, is the trick, and I guess you guys have learned the same. If you can automate it, get a good bunch of people behind you to make life a little bit easier, then you can at least try and get some sleep in. So there you go. Thank you, Shane, and I'll pass it back to Oscar, 2E1HWE, playing with a handset on the webcam, so we'll put that down, and I'll pass it to you. 2E1HWE, M0PSX.
TopTalk, yeah, apologies. I am listening. What it is, anyone who's on the live stream, hello to the 28 people looking at us live now. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm not on my phone being rude. I'm literally doing the online comments and chat because if I do it on my PC, my broadband goes really, really slow and then they can't see me on the live screen. It all starts to get a little bit pixelated. So I'm using my phone via 4G. If anyone wonders what I'm doing, I'm not texting someone else. I'm actually doing some work for everyone here. It's great. Happy days. Excellent stuff. Well, I think that's covered a lot of stuff this evening. But we're going to just see if there's any more questions. Final questions. If not, we're opening it up for comments. So come now, please. This is your last opportunity. We've got 10 minutes before we go, before the midnight hour here in the UK. So any final questions? I think we've covered a lot, so there probably isn't any. But I'll just give one final call for any questions. QR's over your call sign. Okay, there's no questions. Happy days. I get to go home on time tonight, which is fantastic. And hello to Ben in the comments, 2E0OMR. Thank you very much for connecting on the get my words out, on the online stream. Also Jimbo as well. Thanks, Jimbo. He's one of the digital analog ham participants that we work with, which is great. We've got Technovec 5, enjoying listening to Pete this evening. I'm on the foundation course at the moment, really impressed with the organisation. Was listening around on Web SDR and come across this net. There we go, Web SDR. A lot of people listening on that, which is great. Happy days. Right, and Paul, if you want to ask that question, call final calls or check-ins or comments, please come now. This is your last chance before we close down the Top Talk net. Wherever you are in the world, you're more than welcome to call in, please. Give me your call sign and your name and your location. Please come now from 2E1HWE.
India 6 Whiskey X-Ray Pop. I was just kind of curious, how often is the net happening and when does it happen? So I could join it and learn more about it. United States, KI6WXP, Juliet Oscar Echo.
Wanting to check I can get in. My name is John and the QTH is in North Wales, over.
Golf 7 Romeo, Uniform Papa, Johnny Lynch, Oscar.
City, Northern California, USA.
Zero URB.
Red Mike 70, Oscar Papa. Sorry, from Mike 70, Oscar Papa. Just a quick one to you, Oscar. Thank you for doing what you've done tonight. Appreciate it. And the comment to Pete, if he's hearing, what about the virtual breakfast? He'll know what's meant by that. I suspect he might come back if he has heard that. But thank you very much for what you've done tonight. It's appreciated, and I'm sure it's appreciated by everyone. From Mike 70, Oscar Papa.
Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo. Yeah, okay, lots of people called in there, which is great. To answer Kilo India 6 Whiskey X-Ray Papa first, let me just check I've got it. Okay, excellent. Right, yeah, to answer your question there, the caller from the US, KI6WXP, this is the Top Talk net. My call sign's 2E1HWE Oscar, 35 miles east of London, and we do this every Saturday evening at 21:30 UTC. So that's 9:30 in the evening, Greenwich Mean Time in the UK, 23:30 UTC. And normally we have a guest on every week, but you're connected to the Freestyle Network. Not sure where you are in the US. I'm assuming you could be in North California via the Vacaville repeater group. That might be your way in. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, we're here every Saturday, and we do get connected regular to Vacaville when there's a net. And there's a good few nets tomorrow, so tune in. There's about 3 or 4 nets. Back to you for one final comment, KI6WXP.
Very much, and I will join the net from now on, and I won't be such a quick key. I'll obey the rules. Kilo India 6, Whiskey X-Ray Papa, Joe, Mount Vaca.
Yeah, no problem at all. Thanks for calling in, and don't worry about it. We do run a tight ship here, us British people, but it's all good. We do like a bit of etiquette, but not a problem. Thanks for your kind words, and welcome to Freestyle. Happy days. Right, next, John in Wales. That's all I got, John. I didn't get a call sign. I don't know what your licence grade is, but I've got John in Wales. Hopefully you know who you are. QR's Edward call sign and comment, please. Over.
Yep, okay, hi, it's John, G3YSH, Golf Whiskey, Figure 3, Y Yankee, S Sierra H Hotel. Just testing a rig here that I'm getting in okay. It's a Philips PRM80 10 channel FM, NBFM analog transceiver. The antenna is a collinear, but I think I'm fairly close to the access point because the QTH is near mould, and I think the call sign of the repeater or the access point I'm getting into in your previous comments there referenced the station in, I think it was California, or at least the United States. You mentioned a place called Vacaville, and many, many years ago I lived for a whole year in a town that was just along the road from Vacaville, and the location where I lived, Davis in California, 95616, and there's a University of California there, UCD, but maybe you'll be able to comment more about the repeater group that you were mentioning there. I won't come on again, except perhaps to answer any questions or if you want. But basically, I just wanted to check that I was getting in to the system okay. Thanks very much for your patience. So this is GW3YSH now standing by.
Yeah, okay, John. All understood. Well, thanks for calling in. And yeah, your radio side here is, which is great. Good audio from you there. And thanks for connecting in and testing your radio out. I can't really give you much information about the Vacaville repeater group. My knowledge is limited. But what I'd recommend is, just for time reasons, if you want to stay behind once the net's finished and put a call out, or if not, I'm sure plenty of US stations will come back and call you. So please stand by. Once the net's finished, you're more than welcome to carry on. I've just had the heads up from Bruce, our connections manager, that the connections will be still on after midnight. So 00 UTC, the connections will still be live for a period, so you can still enjoy QSO intercontinental. So if anyone from Vacaville would like to go back to John after the net has closed, please call out to G3YSH, and I'm sure John would like to reminisce and take him back to when he lived over there. Great stuff. Thanks for calling in, John. Next we have another John. I got G7, Golf 7, and I didn't get anything else because, again, someone doubled. So the John that was a Golf 7 station, please go ahead with your call sign and your comment, please. Over.
Golf 7, Romeo, uniform, Papa. Very good evening, Oscar and the rest of the team. Absolutely top net, and I just really wanted to say well done to Pete and Essex Hams for bringing amateur radio out of the dark ages and bringing it into the modern times. Historically, yes, it's been old men in smelly pub back rooms, really, hasn't it? And long may this all continue. G7 RUP.
Yeah, good stuff there. Pete, would you like to go back to John? Over.
G7 RUP, M0 PSX. Yeah, I'd love to go back to John and say, yeah, the dark ages. That was my impression when I got into the hobby. Was clubs were doing what they've been doing for the last 50 years. Some of the club websites looked like they hadn't moved on since sort of the 80s. So sort of out of date or poorly coordinated, and nothing was really promoting the hobby. Everything all seemed to be about lists of nets and silent keys and all sorts of other stuff. And I just thought there's got to be a better way of doing it. I'm from a marketing background, and I thought this is a great hobby, but it's just being advertised in such an odd way. Like you say, a lot of older, white, grey-haired men, generally, let's be honest, that's the demographic, advertising to people of the same age in the same way. So, deliberately we tried to make it younger. We tried to make it a bit more diverse, shake things up a bit. We've had a couple of fallings out with a few clubs in the process who don't like what we've done and the fact that we've done things differently. So it's not been a smooth journey all the way, but it's been a fun journey, and I think the highlight for us was when
before last in recognition for the work that the team's been doing. So, yeah, thank you, John. And yes, we are no longer in the dark ages, and COVID has really kick-started the hobby back again, and we're seeing flocks of newcomers coming in. Nice one. Cheers, John. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate the comment. Back to you, Oscar. 2E1HWE, M0PSX.
Yeah, thanks, John. Great question as well. I like questions like that. That's what we want on Top Talk. We want good questions, good comments, interaction, and great conversation. So well done there, John. G7RP or RUP, excellent stuff. Just looking at the YouTube, we're going to start winding things down now. So please write any final comments on there. Rob Bionic Coombe says, I love these names, these names on YouTube. You didn't put anything else there, but yeah, Rob Bionic Coombe, good evening to you. Great first time net watcher, listener. Can you say a big thank you to Pete? I've done the online course and completed it, hopefully contacting the RSGB to set a date this month. Thanks very much, Rob from Plymouth. There we go. Thank you, Rob, for passing on your feedback and comments there. Excellent stuff. And yeah, if anyone wants to listen back to their audio, or if they've forgot something that Pete said or wanted to pick up on a comment again and listen to it for reassurance or whatever, the live stream is available after the net on the Ham Radio blog. Please subscribe to M0XNX, great supporter of Freestar. Mike is and his YouTube channel, and we thank him again for the stream this evening. Right, so we're at the bottom of the list. Oh, actually, apologies, we're not. I nearly forgot. I think we've got another comment from M0URB. M0URB, please pass your comment to Pete. Over.
From M0URB. First of all, thank you, Oscar, for running the net and the video stream. And to Peter, yeah, good to talk to you, Pete. And as you mentioned earlier, yes, I'm still hoping to meet Kelly one day. Hopefully that can be done at some point. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out. I don't know if you're still listening to Steve M0SAF in Shepshed. We haven't met yet, but I'm less than 3 miles away from you over in Havant. And to Shane M0VUB, thank you for running the GB3 November Fox repeater at Nottingham, which is the repeater that I am using to connect to this net. And just a quick word about license exams. I think we should be glad that license exams are still taking place during the pandemic, and that they are all digital. Over in Germany, they still have old-style physical exams, and they've all been suspended. And the regulatory body says on their website, don't even think about applying for new exams, a sixth exam. We're not doing anything for the foreseeable future. So I think we're really lucky in the UK to still have the possibility to get new people into the hobby. And that's all for me. Again, thanks, Oscar, and have a good night. And that's M0URB George from Leicestershire signing off. 73, bye-bye.
M0PSX, just picking that up. Thank you very much, George. Nice to speak to you this evening. Makes a change to actually hear you instead of just seeing you in the chat room there. So very much appreciated, George. One day you'll meet Kelly. She is lovely. She does a lot of work. Did a lot of work for Essex Ham when we got started. Doesn't do a lot of radio at the moment, unfortunately, but she is absolutely lovely. She's been to a couple of rallies and a few special event stations with us, and hopefully we'll get her out to a field day sometime soon. But at least she said hello to you that time on the net, so you've kind of semi-spoken. Anyway, cheers, George. Thank you for calling in this evening. Cheers, George. Thank you very much. And back to you, Oscar. 2E1HWE, M0PSX.
Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo returning. Well, we're officially in Sunday, and I'm feeling a little bit tired. I don't know about you, Pete. I don't know if you're on the harder stuff now. You'll get another cup of tea we'll take one or two or maybe even three final calls, and then we'll go to you for the final word, because it's now Sunday morning, 0004 UTC in the United Kingdom. So wherever you are in the world, it'd be nice to get some Australians and New Zealand people call in. I know it's early morning there. They don't normally let us down. We normally get one or two. So I'm surprised we haven't heard from them yet. But there's still 5 more minutes left. So, yeah, wake up there, ZL Hub. I'm sure you're out there. Come and say hello. It'd be nice to hear you down under. Right, final calls now. We're going to take 2 or 3, and then we're going to wind this thing up, because I am absolutely cream crackered. Right, final calls. QRZ with your call sign phonetically and your name, please. And leave a 3-second gap. 2E1HWE, final calls.
Mike 7, Whiskey Alpha Bravo, call ASL.
Whiskey 6, Juliet India Bravo, Grant, Yuba City, California, USA.
Kilo, October 4, Echo Romeo, Port St. Lucie, Florida. My name is Donald.
Right, excellent. Thanks very much. Let me just check I've got it. To Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo. Thank you very much. Well, we are now closed. We are now closed for check-in. So thank you very much, lastminute.com, for checking in. We've got a couple of US stations there. And Hairy Paul. Now, was you having a shave, Paul? Because I did call you in at the start, and you wasn't there. So, was you having a quick shave? Because I know you're very hairy. Everyone's probably wondering what I'm going on about. It's a long story, but his name's Hairy Paul. He's one of the founders of the network radio on the Zello, and he's a great, great guy, incredibly knowledgeable. If you've got a question about an antenna or anything technical, I'm telling you now, this man north of the border knows his stuff. So, Paul, I'm interested to hear your comments, sir. 2 Echo 1, Hotel Whiskey Echo, Mike 7, Whiskey Alpha Bravo.
Yeah, Mike 7, Whiskey Alpha Bravo, returning. Well, there's all sorts going on in the chat here. I'm not long back in. I was listening in, well, patchy reception on UHF on DMR from one of the repeaters, and even the mobile networks, I was having trouble. But that's what I get for living in the hills. I've been catching bits and pieces, and it sounds like a very good map. It'd be interesting to know what Pete thinks is going to be the future of radio, as all these different digital things and having people like getting things like Freestar and tying it all back together again. I don't know, it'd be interesting to see what his views are. What's the future going to hold for radio? What's the next thing going to be? All using video calling, we have lots of bandwidth, who knows how I have. Come on, Mike 7, Whiskey Alpha Bravo.
Okay, did you get that question, Pete? What is the future of amateur radio, Paul said? What do you think it's going to look like there? 2E1HWE, the question M0PSX.
M0PSX returning. Apologies, connection just dropped out on me slightly there, but okay, yeah, to MM7WAB, Hairy Paul, okay, no comment. Yeah, I honestly don't know. It's a very difficult one to tell. I mean, I think the future of the RF side of it seems to be data as opposed to voice, particularly with sort of local interference. So obviously we've seen the rise of data modes like FT8 and the like. Certainly networks like this pull people together, especially if you want to talk to someone overseas and you can't put up an HF antenna. are going to see, after COVID, a steering away from the traditional club towards groups. So I think this concept of hubs, not clubs, seems to resonate with a lot of people, that people will form connections of some type or the other, whether that's RF connections, whether that's connections over sort of private networks or more things like Freestar. I don't know. I would like to see some more sort of sharing of information over radio, purely because at the moment if anyone wants to know something about amateur radio, they have to go away and look things up on YouTube, and I'm sure there must be a radio way of doing it. So I would love to see some kind of hub where people can ask questions. So, a 24-hour-a-day help and advice radio network for newcomers would be lovely. That would be where I would hope the future goes. But I think it will continue to evolve. Trying to predict where it goes is very difficult. But I suspect we're going to find a lot more grouping of individuals using whatever technology works. Very briefly, I'm also involved with RayNet, and the RayNet methodology is, whatever works. So forming private networks, forming data networks, forming social networks, whatever gets the message through. So I'd like to hope things will evolve over time. That's a long answer to a short question, but nice one, Paul. Thank you for that. Back to you, Oscar, 2E1HWE, M0PSX.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. It is an interesting question. What is the future of amateur radio? It is like the million-dollar question, isn't it? And I think the COVID thing's going to shake it up big time. The need for clubs now. I still think clubs are important. I think, it's good to have clubs. I'm a member of clubs. And I like that interaction and that physical, touching, feeling the, building stuff, going to meets. I think it's still important, but the online aspect is incredibly interesting because not everybody's into clubs. Some clubs can be a bit cliquey, a little bit out of date. So I think there's room for all these different ways. And just looking at the comments now before we wind things down, Patrick D66, great show tonight, guys. Looking forward to pressing the TX once I pass my test. Fantastic. So look, there's even someone there who isn't licensed who's listening in, all the shortwave listeners. Yeah, big shout out to you guys and girls. TechnoVec50 just wants to affirm that Essex Ham Radio seems to be really transforming this hobby. Thanks very much, Paul. Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you, Paul. And I'm proud to be only 2 miles away from Pete and in the county of Essex here in the east of England. Right, so next we're going over to the US. We're going to close off with a US special. W6JIB. I like that call sign. Grant in California. Please pass your message on the TopTalk Vector. Over.
W6JIB Grant here in Northern California. Just wanted to check in, and this is my first time contacting somebody over there, so I'm very excited, and it's great to hear your voices over there. Nothing more than that. But I will be checking in, hopefully about the same time next week.
Well, good afternoon to you there, Grant. It's now Sunday morning here. We've overrun a little bit, so normally we start at 21:30, just so you know. It's not normally on this late if you are going to tune in next week. And how fantastic, a first-time caller. So thanks for connecting. I want to go back to you, actually. I'm not going to let you go yet. Tell me how you're connecting tonight. Are you coming in via DMR, analog FM? Is it a repeater or a gateway or a node or a hotspot? Tell me a little bit more about how you're connecting and how did you find out about the net? We're really interested to know your story there, Grant, from 2E1HWE.
I'm also, you talked to somebody off of the Vacaville repeater. So I'm analog. I'm using miles away from me. And after that, I scanned several channels, and this kind of popped up. So I've been listening in ever since about 2:30, and I finally got my chance to join in.
Excellent stuff. 2 Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo returning. Yeah, well, it's great to have a bit of flavour, as I call it. You know, I love the fact that we can internationally connect on Freestar with the US, with Canada. Surprised no one from Australia or New Zealand has called in. We normally have a few pop up, so maybe they're all getting on with their life. I know they're not in lockdown now. I think they're larging it up a little bit where we're all stuck indoors still, but there we go. Enough about that. And yeah, no, it's lovely to have you on, and I'm great you're enjoying the net tonight. So the final call goes to Donald. Hello, Donald. I didn't get where you were in the United States, and I think your call sign was broken because someone else doubled. I think it could be Kilo Zero, November Echo Romeo. Maybe confirm and correct me on your call sign. Tell us a little bit about you, how you're connecting, and if you've got any final comments before we close the net, that would be fantastic. So Donald, K0NER, QRZ, please.
It's Kilo October 4, November Echo Romeo, and I'm in Port St. Lucie, Florida, which is in the southern part of the United States, and I'm connected through Echolink, which is an internet-based connection. I'm a brand new ham. I got my license officially this week, and I'm just playing around with the technology to see what works.
2E1HWE. That's absolutely fantastic. Donald, you have made my evening. For you to be the last caller on the net tonight that's just been passed within the last week is absolutely superb. And for you to stumble across us and click the push to talk on Echo link is phenomenal. And you know what? You couldn't have picked a better time because the guest is Pete Sipple from Essex Ham Online Training, who helps a lot of foundation people get through the first initial exam here in the United Kingdom. So I'm going to give it over to Pete just to go back to you because I'm sure he'd be interested to talk to you a little bit about how you got through that exam there. So Pete, feel free to go back to Donald in Florida. 2E1HWE M0PSX.
Okay, M0PSX picking it up. Thank you very much. Into Kilo Oscar 4, November Echo Romeo. Good morning in the UK, just, but good evening to you, I guess, in Florida. Lovely part of the world. Been there several times for fun and amusement. Orlando, of course, which is where all the Brits go when we go to Florida. Well, congratulations on getting the license of the call sign. It's certainly a lot easier for you to get a call sign than it traditionally has been over here. A lot of people won't know this. Oscar probably doesn't know this, but I actually hold a US call sign as well. So once a year, a team of VEs come over to the UK, and so I'm a Kilo 6, which is general class, which I passed 5 or 6 years ago, I think it was now. So well done on getting into the hobby. That's what our group in the UK is all about, getting people in. And be interested to hear how you found getting a license. Was it an easy thing to get into? Did it take you a while? It's more of a struggle over in the UK, but glad to hear you did yours. And I'm assuming the lockdown and the COVID didn't get in the way of you getting your call sign. So I'm guessing it must have been some kind of online exam, perhaps. Be interested to hear how the exam was conducted there. Kilo Oscar 4, November Echo Romeo, from Mike 0, Papa Sierra X-Ray. Name is Pete, location just to the east of London.
I studied the online course for about a month, and I was able to actually find an online an in-person exam here in Florida. We're not as locked down as some other parts.
M0PSX returning. Oh, okay, that's good to hear. Yeah, we're still very much in a lockdown here. You can't meet another person at the moment, so it's very, very difficult. And all of the UK exams have moved online. But great that you were able to get an exam. So well done. Lots to explore. So we're finding a lot of people have picked up the hobby because of the lockdown in the UK. People are bored and looking for a new hobby and turning to amateur radio. So I hope you enjoy it. Well done for discovering this net as well. It's my first time taking part in a net like this. I've been licensed a bit longer than you, but great to talk to people around the world and know that newcomers are coming to amateur radio all around the world. So welcome to the hobby. Final question, then I'll put it back to Oscar. How did you find out about the hobby? What was your reason for getting into amateur radio? From M0PSX.
Kilo October 4, November Echo Romeo, because I was bored with the lockdown. Basically, we have Boy Scouts over here. I did some as a kid, but I never followed up as an adult, so it was just something to do while I was stuck in the house.
M0PSX returning. Excellent. Okay, Donald. Well, I think you're not alone. A lot of people in the UK have done exactly the same. And great to hear that you were introduced to radio through the Scout movement. So if you know the Scouts, there's an event called JOTA, Jamboree on the Air, and our group helps out locally with getting the Scouts interested. Generally, when they're very young, they're not that interested, or they're sort of curious, but they don't necessarily jump into the hobby. But hopefully in later years, much like you, they will return to the hobby and want to get into radio. So well done. Encourage a few other people to do it, and make sure you take part in some more of the freestyle nets that are coming up, and you'll make a whole bunch of friends around the world. Nice one. Thank you, Donald. I'm going to pass it back to the net controller now. Oscar, 2E1HWE from M0PSX.
This is 2 Echo 1 Hotel Whiskey Echo on the TopTalk Saturday night or Sunday morning down there. I don't know about you, Pete, but I'm absolutely knackered. So it's nice to be at the bottom of the list because we can now have a break and wind down. And it's been a fantastic evening. It really has. It's probably been the best TopTalk so far since we started this in early January. And I think the icing on the cake is Donald calling in as the last caller, newly licensed with a technician status there in the US. He's only been on the air for a week, and that's just made my evening, and I think everybody else will agree with me there. And on that note, Donald, I don't know if it's going to be too early for you, but we've got a fantastic net on Freestar tomorrow, so everybody put this in your diary. We've got the M7 net, the Mic 7 net, which is for newly licensed stations to call in. The net is going to be Sunday at 1300 UTC. I repeat, 1300 1300. So that's 1 p.m. UK Greenwich Mean Time on Sunday, which is today, if you're in the UK, at 1 p.m. So please join us for that one if you're newly licensed. It's actually hosted by an Essex Ham online training passee, another guy called Oscar. No relation. We call him Oscar Jr. M7OJA. So don't miss that net tomorrow on Freestar. Great net, and apparently they're saying, Pete, if you are available, it'd be great for you to join in and say hello as well. It's only an hour net. It's a very small, intimate net. So don't be scared. Don't be worried. Please call in tomorrow if you're licensed. So it's just about to close, but before we close, I'd like to just hand it over one final time to our special guest, Pete, from Essex Ham, Amateur Radio, for just a summary and final comments before we say 73. 2E1HWE, final comments with Pete, M0PSX.
help train, which makes it all worthwhile. Yeah, the future of the hobby, I think, is an interesting one. It does seem to be blooming at the moment. I think there will be a lot more online. There will be a lot of networks. Certainly, yeah, clubs are very important. I was trained through a club, and I'm a training member of other clubs. So clubs certainly are important, but I think they might need to evolve to support the online candidates that maybe haven't sort of got hands-on with radio equipment in the way that they might have done before. So interesting times. I think we're going to see a different world post-COVID, and I kind of think it might be quite exciting for the hobby to get it to steer off in a different direction. Anyway, thanks for the opportunity tonight. I appreciate being invited on. Nice to be part of it. Nice to talk to so many different people, and like you say, nice to finish with a newcomer from Florida as well. Again, thank you very much for all your work, and I think you deserve a kip. 2E1HWE. Thank you again from Pete, M0PSX. Cheers.
Guys for having me along. Kilo India 6 Whiskey X-Ray Papa USA.
Thank you, Pete. It's been a smashing evening. It's the longest ever Top Talk so far, 3 hours in length. So we just want to say thank you to all the international and national connections for joining us and bearing with us. We didn't mean to tie up everything for so long, but I think you all agree it's been a fascinating and wonderful evening. And for so many people that you've trained to call in and give feedback and say thank you is absolutely wonderful, and it's been great to be a part of it. And as I said, the last station, Donald in Florida, was really the icing on the cake. And just final plug, anyone who needs any help, any shortwave listeners, anyone listening on web SDR, essexham.co.uk is the place to go if you want to pass your foundation license or you want to get some online training. Don't forget to check out www.essexham.co.uk. Final thanks for the online stream, which we're just about to close down. Thank you to Mike Lewis, M0XMX, from the Ham Radio Vlog YouTube channel for providing the live stream tonight. Great comments on there, and if anyone wants to subscribe, please do that. It really would help, and you can obviously watch everything back if you missed any information. Happy days. So the time is now 00:27 hours UTC, Sunday morning here in the United Kingdom. We're going to close the net. I'm going to read one final comment from the Rob Bionic Coombe. What a name. Love that there. He says, cheers, great live, enjoyed it all. Thanks to Peter Essexham for the knowledge. Can't wait to get the date for my exam from the RSGB. 73's from Rob. Excellent stuff. And on that note, I'm going to say 73. I need a drink, I need some sleep, and it's been absolutely fantastic to be your host this evening. The connections will stay live for a little bit longer, so if anyone wants to talk to anybody else, please put a call out, call CQ. You never know who might come back to you. This is 2 Echo 1, Hotel Whiskey Echo, now closing the Top Talk Neck on 3-star, and we'll catch you again next week, 73.
Thank you, that call sign. I don't remember. They used to live in Davis, California. You still there? KI6WXP.
Yeah, Roger, this is John, Golf Whiskey, Figure 3, Y Yankee, S Sierra H Hotel in North Wales. Yeah, Davis, California. I lived there for a year and attended high school while my father was a visiting professor at the music department at the University of California, Davis. And I've recently been in contact with a website in the United States called classmates.com. You may know it. Sorry, I didn't get your name, but I'll pass it back to you. And meanwhile, I'd like to thank all the other stations for a very enjoyable net. I may not necessarily agree entirely with the comments about the future of amateur radio because it's now become so diverse. And I started out with valves on top band, and I worked my way through the whole gamut of technology, transistors, the arrival of TCL, microprocessors, and all this fantastic technology that's now becoming available to use with the internet. But I think we have to be careful to still keep the radio part of it in. Anyway, over to I think it's Kilo Romeo 6 Whiskey X-Ray Par with all the rest, the group from Golf Whiskey 3 Y Yankee S Sierra H Hotel. Over.
Yeah, very good. Well put, by the way. Yeah, I love music. I read music. I played with it all my life. Play harmonica. I can play guitar. If it's got strings, I can play it. My uncle was a band teacher in West Virginia in a university. So, yes, sir, I've been around music, and I love it.
Yeah, well, that's brilliant. Yeah. Well, the guy who ran the music department at that time was a guy called Jeremy Rosen, and he'd built up the music department at Davis. But congratulations on playing anything with strings. I also play the violin or the fiddle. Tendency towards folky music, but I also, of course, enjoy my amateur radio very much indeed. And this is actually my first go on this particular system. But I'm actually testing out a rig which will be passed on to a friend of mine who lives not far away, who has just passed his foundation license, and he's got his certificate, and he's going to send off for his call sign via the internet online tomorrow. So I'll tell him everything about this particular net and everything that's happened this evening, and I'm sure he'll think it's great and be wanting to get on. He's a big man on Raspberry Pi as well. Back to you.
Kilo Echo 8 Bravo Foxtrot November.
I hear another call sign in there. I'm going to turn it loose. But yeah, you're in Davis. That's where all the veterinarians are. The good ones, anyway, were taught between there and Idaho. I own a pet grooming shop, so I've dealt with quite a few of them veterinarians over there. And you're about 10 minutes away down the freeway from where I am, and I'm right underneath the repeater we're talking on. But very good. We'll let that other call sign come in there. I've got something else to do. I better go do it before it gets behind. And it's really nice talking to you. I love music. Fiddle playing. I'm a little rusty on the fiddle. That's a tricky one.
Well, I think I'll sign off as well. We mustn't hog it, because there are probably many people who'd like to talk, especially over to the States. It's very nice to work you. I'm glad you're big into music. And keep twanging those strings. And we'd better listen out for the other station. I think it was KB8, but I didn't get the rest of the call sign. This is GW3YSH standing by.
GW3YSA, this is Kilo Echo 8 Bravo Foxtrot November from Cincinnati, Ohio, United States. I just wanted to chime in. You were talking about radio and versus all the new digital and internet based. Well, I want to let you know I still have all my old tube radios, and I sure do enjoy them.
YSH. Yeah, well, I'm glad to hear that. I still have some old tube or valve radios. I've got a homebrew top band receiver and an old KW2000 in the loft and various other items, but there's no doubt about it, when those things are switched on, they help keep the shack warm. Okay, well, Cincinnati, Ohio, that's a hell of a distance from Vacaville in California, and also Davis. Reference my year in Davis. I attended Davis Senior High School, had a lot of fun because it was the time of the flower power generation, and we visited San Francisco and so on, and there were other locations nearby. I remember Dixon, USA. I was interested in radio in those days, and I built a tube receiver, and the only station I could pick up was the Voice of America from Dixon, USA. Anyway, I'm going to sign off because there'll be other people wanting to use the system. It's been great fun tonight, and I'm quite sure that my friend down the road will be delighted to get on this channel, on this network, with this rig that he'll be acquiring very soon, together with a power supply. So, good night all, 73s, and enjoy your amateur radio. Bye-bye, GW3YSH signing off and clear. Night-night.
You have a nice night. 7-3, been a pleasure talking to you. KI6WXP, Mount Vaca. Joe.
United checking access.
You're making it into the system, into MB7ISX, over.
GHRE returning. Finally, I've got common 9700 set up so I can get into this repeater. 73s, and I want to bed GHREU.
By my simplex gateway, MB7ISX, you're about signal 6 on the input. I put a new antenna up today, and it's outside now. It's not in the loft, it's outside. Just before you go, just remind me of your name and location, and give me the signal report if you could be so kind, please. Back to you.
Yeah, my name's Richard. I'm walking distance from Southend Airport. The repeater is 59 plus 20 dB over. I'm only half a watt from GHRE.
Richard, QSL, I think we spoke the other night, didn't we? Excellent. Well, thanks for the report, and thanks for using MB7ISX, the simplex gateway, which is new on the Freestar network. Glad you enjoyed the net, and please call in again soon. 73s and good morning, I think now we say, don't we? Oh God, I need my bed. 2E1HWE saying good night. Bye.
It's been a very long night. I listened to all the evening. I didn't have anything to say, so I didn't chip in. But best 73s, and I want to earn myself also from G8RAN.
So we've got so many listeners. It's fantastic. You know, you don't always have to call in. Sometimes nice just to sit back and relax, and that's what I'm going to be doing now because I think I'm going to lose my voice after a 3-hour stint. Thanks again, Richard, and you have a great morning. Good night, mate. 73, 2E1HWE.
Radio is quite controversial, but there you go. I'll leave that for another night.
Great thing. We can all chew the fat and have a conversation with each other. There's no right or wrong. It's always great to get a different opinion. And yeah, it's a great thing about the hobby. There's plenty of places to hang out and modes to go on. So we're sport for choice. 73 for now.
Changes from what was kind of made earlier, but there you go. 73s.
What can I say? Anyway, I wish you good night. Thanks, Richard. All the best.
2E1HWE testing.
talking to Ray at this point in time on other modes. Shane, what you saying? Go ahead.
Yeah, evening, Tony. I'm Sarah VAB. Yeah, I'm just on D-Star. I'm on Ray's Reflector 247 X-Ray. That's you, Tony. I'm Zero VAB.
Roger, all received, Shane. I think Ray's going to sort of make it happen. M0 VUB from 23 KV.
Yeah, it's very rare I get the D-Star out nowadays. It seems to work. I'm on the ID51. And I'm giving it some use. It's not giving it some use for quite a while, so 1247. Just testing it out on the old D-Star. So it's going through its transcoding at the minute and coming out on Freestar. I'll leave a call for Ray if he's going to come on here. If not, you pick it back up to him. 0 VUB.
310VU, are you getting us there, Shane?
Yeah, got you, Ray. I think you're on the D-Star as well, back to you.
310VU, yes, I'm on the D-Star. Yeah, Shane. Yeah, I was just speaking to Tony about some email I received. That's all I'll tell you on the bonds when we were going sort of be heard at some stage, either or something like that there, Shane. Me and Tony were just having a laugh on it. That was all. So, how are you? Are you alright? I wasn't so well yesterday, Shane, so I had a good evening and I just had to go to bed. And I found the door the other day and all, but it seems to have cleared at the moment. So I hope it's nothing bad there. Back to you from G1LBU.
Zero VUB doing? Yeah, well, you're sounding alright, Ray. You're sounding alright. Yeah, I'm not too bad. I've been at work today. Well, I was at work this morning. I came back and finished off this kitchen floor. It's 99% complete. I've just got a kitchen flute back and some fancy quad beading on all the way around it. And it's all finished, so absolute right job and all. I've pulled the washing machine out and the dishwasher. Obviously, it's not simple. I've got it all plumbed in. So I've had to unplumb it, put it all out. So I've had that all out today. And then this evening, obviously, I was managing the back end of TopTalk. Went well. Pete Sickle was on and PSX. And yeah, we had a bit of a wobble at the beginning with the Canada game on. For some reason, our ASL servers aren't playing with their Hamvoip servers. They're on Hamvoip beta. For some reason, it wobbles it when they come on. Servers start crashing and all sorts. So anyway, we're trying to try and see if we can work that out with Canada. Other than that, it went okay. It was a pretty good net. It went to about past all of our souls and that, Ray. Anyway, over to you, Tone, 30KZV and 0 VUB.
I think he's gone to bed there. He really promised to tell you he was going to bed there, Shane, but I forgot. So I'll just make sure that he isn't coming on there, just in case he wants to say hello. Yeah, Tony from G1LBU.
there is. So, will you have time tomorrow to have a chat with us there at any time soon? I would appreciate it, like, there's a few questions I want to ask you there and there, like, and obviously I want to go through the NOV with you, if I can. So if I can do that sometime tomorrow or soon, I would appreciate it. So I'll just put it back to you and see how you fix it tomorrow. You might be busy, and if so, we'll do it on Monday, like, but I'll put it back to you, see what you're like. 2E1HWE.
Is there a review return? Yeah, I should be fine. I should be fine tomorrow, Ray. No problem. Obviously, I'm finishing the store off in the morning, and then I'll be listening to the M7 on the afternoon, and then yeah, we can sort something out in the evening, Ray, if you want. Or early evening or late evening, it's up to you. Probably about 8, 9 o'clock should be alright. Kids are being homeschooled, so they'll be in bed early, and I'll be able to retreat to the setting shack tomorrow. So yeah, it should be alright, right? We'll go through it and get it sorted. We could get that done better. It might be a bit of a waiting game for that. But yeah, so yeah, it looks like well, by the way, the digital server, that actually crashed, before the net. It actually crashed good and proper. Hardware failure in the server. So, went all ski whip, had to go in and restart it from the actual provider. That's the first time that's ever happened, Ray. So, if you do get any issues, just double check in the console. I couldn't log in via SSH, so there was a bit of a giveaway that was to say there was something drastically wrong. Anyway, restarted the server and it worked out fine. Just double checked it just now, just done a snapshot and a backup and everything, so that's me finished now, Ray. I think I'm going to retreat. I've got a bottle to feed my litter, and then I'm going to bed, so I'll probably listen for a final, Ray, and then we'll catch up tomorrow. ULV or 0VOV.
TOE1HWE. Okay, friend, no problem. I'll be listening out. Well, after it tomorrow, for you, and we'll sort it. If you know anything, don't worry about it. Even if you're 100%, don't worry about it. But I'll listen out after 8 o'clock. I'll be switched to maybe 2350 initially. And if you want to do the show, then Homebound 7, I'll have that on as well. I actually had a listener right on the net. When I looked on the dashboard, there was somebody parked there. And when I looked him up in the notes bit, he was on HDS. So there you are. So somebody was listening on Daystar. So that's the first time I've noticed somebody here. So wherever I get around, who knows. Anyway, I'll let you go through the line. And I'll, like I say, I'll be listening from about 8 o'clock tomorrow night. And if you come on, then great. And I say, just as
Ray. 0VB, returning final. Yeah, we'll sort it tomorrow. Yeah, it won't take as long. It takes half an hour if that. I've already done two with Bruce and Oscar. No, Bruce is the name, I think. I can't remember now. Yeah, I've already done a couple of them anyway, I'm starting to become an expert on that side. Oh dear. But yeah, I'll try and direct some more traffic to your reflector because it's cracking. I've been on it as well tonight. I was on 600 to start with, and then I jumped on to 247 because I was just intrigued to see what it'd be like on D-Star. I've just charged this up so I can monitor it. I was trying to see if the connections were sound. Yeah, there's a bit of dropout, and that's just due from that's on the Echolink connections. That is. Echolink seems to do it for some reason. Seems to drop out on the digital. It's a quick dropout succession. That's what that is. And the XLX don't seem to recover as well as the mainstream networks. But yeah, it's working fine. So I'll try and get them. I'll try and promote 247 a little bit more. It works spot on there, really. You've got the transcoding down to a fine key there. It works absolutely brilliant. I can hear it coming out of analog now. And it's solid as a rock. So, yeah, happy days. Yeah, I can't looking forward to my dongles coming hopefully soon. I'm going to be putting them up on the, they're going to be hosted at the site up in Nottingham. I've got fibre to the repeater, actually. It's fibre to the repeater there on that site, so it's low latency. So, should be alright, Ray. Right, anyway, we'll let you go. Have a good rest of the morning. Catch up later on today. G1LVU and 0VB. Catch you later, Ray. All the best.
Okay, 737. By the way, I got my software working, so I'm alright to get that for you. So, I just need you to send us some code clues now. Okay. I'll catch you tomorrow. Or tonight, maybe. G1LVU.
Yeah, okay, Ray. Yeah, no problem at all. 0VB off the clear of XLX DTS 247X and 0VB.
HIG. Number 3, Hotel India Golf.
The station ending in golf. Station ending golf. Just take it quickly before I go to bed. Is M0VOB.
Yeah, Victor Nathan number 3. Hotel India Golf from India.
Is that Victoria Uniform 3 Hotel India Golf? Roger.
Yeah, Victor United 3. Hotel India Golf.
Yeah, okay. Victor Uniform 3, Hotel India Golf. This is Mike 0. Victor Uniform Bravo, M0 VOB. Name is Shane. Locations in Nottingham. Back to you from Mike 0, Victor Uniform Bravo.
VUB, this is VU3HRG. Yeah, my name is Satish. Sierra Alpha, Tango India, Sierra Hotel from India. Here it is 24 Charlie. Back to you.
Yeah, okay, no problem at all. Can you just go again with the name? Just go again with the name, and I'll try and put it in the log. Back to you from M0 VUB.
M0 VUB, this is VU3HRG. Satish, Sierra Alpha, Tango, India, Sierra Hotel. Sierra Alpha, Tango, India, Sierra Hotel. That is
Yeah, Victor Uniform 3, Hotel India Golf. Satish, M0 VUB, Shane in Nottingham. Yeah, okay, no problem at all, Satish. Got your name there in the log, no problem at all. I wonder how you're getting in, Satish. I wonder how you're getting into the system. Back to you from M0 VUB.
say again. I will do.
VU3 HIG and 0 VOB. Just go again with that over. Just go again with that over. How did you say you were coming into the system again? From M0 VOB.
I am using this Android app called TopTalk to get into this system, EMR system. I am just checking this app. In the time I'm checking, I got this second QSO on this app. Today I'm just checking this app. Back to you, M0 VUB VU3HIG.
Yeah, M0 VOB return. I see how you're coming into the system now. You're coming through the IRN network. Yeah, fine business, no problem at all. Oh, you're coming through okay. You're currently linked up to the Freestar. I'm coming in via the Freestar network. I'm connected to a what's called a Shari node. A Shari node. It's an all-star node, and I'm going in via RF with the Baofeng F8 plus 3. And that's what I'm using now. Very cheap radio, but a very good radio for this sort of stuff. I'm coming in via Freestar, which is connected to the KC1MUV link. So nice to work you this evening, there, Satish, and hopefully we'll get you again. I'm going to go to bed now. It's 20 past 1 in the morning here in the UK, so it's pretty late. So hopefully we'll catch you again, and stay safe and 7-free. VU3 HIG from M0 VOB. Best 7-free, Satish, all the best.
Oh, VOB. This is Victor American number 3 Hotel India Golf. Yeah, definitely I will use another time off with you. Have a rest day or night. Quantity for now. This is all.
I think you dropped out towards the end there. But yeah, okay, Satish, well, best 7-3, you take care, and we'll catch you again. M0 VOB, off and clear. 7-3, all the best.
said, anyone out for a quick demo? Here's KI6OM.
Bravo, in the United Kingdom, go ahead.
Yeah, very good. Doing a quick demo of ham radio in the All-Star linking. And appreciate the comeback. Name here is Dave, Delta Alpha Victor Echo, located in Kennett Square, Pennsylvania. Call signs KI6OM, good.
Yeah, Dave in Pennsylvania. Didn't quite catch the call. The name is Shane, Sierra Hotel Alpha November Echo. And I'm located in the Midlands in Nottinghamshire, Robin Hood country, United Kingdom. Back to you from M0 VUB.
Yes, very good there, Shane. Very fine. Yeah, I'm talking to you via a converted 900 megahertz system. Actually, I'm on 927 megahertz on a simplex node, connected via All Stars. But had a friend come over, a future ham, hopefully, and he's listening here, giving a quick demo of the system, and thought I'd give a shout out. But sounds good. We're in the southeastern corner of Pennsylvania. Had some pretty good weather here. Almost 50 degrees today. Snow's starting to melt. And like I said, enjoy the comeback. Thanks for the QSO. From KI6OM. Good.
Yeah, KI6 Oscar Mike. M0 VUB return. Yeah, okay, Dave, you have no problem at all. Well, I welcome your friend there into the hobby. Hopefully, it's a very good hobby. I've been in this hobby for just over 4 years, and got me in lots of trouble. It's very good. It's, you know, whatever, if you're interested in electronics or interested in communications or anything like that, you know, it can really educate and also you know, sort of gather good interests in whatever else you're interested in. It does for me anyway. I'm not very old, relatively young amateur, and I'm into all sorts of stuff, new and old. I mess around with valve equipment, and I'm into the computer side of the hobby as well, especially the All-Star system and the digital modes as well that you can get into, and whatnot. So there you go. Well, actual fact, Dave, you're coming into the Freestar network, which is connected to many stations across the world. It is a UK-based system, but there's also other systems that's connected to this, including some systems in New Zealand, some systems in parts of Canada, and parts of the US. Some Scottish stations plugged into us right now, and all sorts of different technologies. There's 13 bridges altogether into different technologies of amateur radio. Back to you, Dave. I've got the call sign now. Is it KI6OM? That's it, yeah, KI6OM M0 VUB.
Yeah, very fine there, Shane. It's I'm sure it's pretty late at night there for you, but appreciate the comeback. Yeah, this is a great demo and great system. So I've got it. This is actually running on I have a Raspberry Pi that's running on a simplex node at 900 megahertz. I converted a bunch of the older Kenwood commercial technology for ham use, and so you're operating on a very inexpensive but converted system. And like I said, Ham, who actually is who runs the power, who's actually controlling the power grid here in the U.S., at least in the Northeast, and is an engineering background, so he's very interested. So appreciate the comeback. Thanks for the demo. And yeah, love going to the UK. I've spent a lot of time in London and up to Edinburgh and all over. So one of my favorite places to go visit. Hopefully get back there soon, so all this COVID gets behind us. Appreciate the comeback. We'll say 7-3. Have a good evening. I'm sure it's very late. And once again, thanks for the demo from KI6 Old Man.
Yeah, KI6 Old Man. I like it there, Dave. That's good. From M0VB. Well, yeah, it's coming up to 2 o'clock in the morning now here in the UK, so we're all getting late. And I was just about to go and hit the sack, to be fair. But you asked for the demo, so I came on and tried to give it as best I could. But I hope your friend there gets into the hobby. There's a lot of young amateurs coming in now. Got a good net this evening actually, trying to get new amateurs in there. There's also a net tomorrow, a 1300 UTC called the M7 net, which is designed to get newly licensed amateurs, at least the first QSO, or newly licensed amateurs that's just to get on and have a chat with another newly licensed amateur, Oscar, M7OJA, 17 years old, and he's running the net tomorrow at 1300 UTC. So that'd be a good net if you wanted a good demo there, Dave. Anyway, your nade's working fantastic on a 900 megahertz band, and I'm coming through a Shari node. It's connected to the 4G network. You sound fantastic, Dave, so it's working very well. Anyway, you take care, best 7-3 and 7-3 to your friend as well, and we'll catch you as and when. This is Mike Zero Victor Uniform Bravo in the UK. We'll catch you later, Dave. Take care, stay safe.
Yeah, very good. 7-3 there, Shane. Appreciate the comeback and the demo. Good experience. I think it's all positive, and yeah, loving the Freestar network and connection in there. So you guys are doing a bang-up job. 7-3. Enjoy. Have a good night from KI6 OM.
Zero VOB, off and clear in QRT.
L4. CEL, okay.
Cat is on. L4CL listening Freestar. Good afternoon all.
Counterstop.